There we are. We are back, and the camera is functional. 1-0 Barnstormers, and Vladimir Frias, the one-time Lancaster shortstop, leads off here in the bottom half of inning number one against Niall Ball, 6-foot-tall right-hander from Decatur, Georgia. The motion and the first pitch to Frias, check swing and a foul on a fastball that looked like it might have been high. No balls and one strike here. The count on Frias, Barnstormer in 2017, 2018. He has been with Long Island since, so this is his fifth overall season in the Atlantic League, and he's had some success with both ball clubs. The pitch past the catcher, Colton Shaver, into the backstop. It is 1-1 strike. Frias checks in, batting .216 with no homers and 3 runs batted in. Very similar numbers, in fact, to the Barnstormers' leadoff hitter and second baseman, Melvin Mercedes. Mercedes able to walk at the outset of the game. I think I jostled the camera, so I'm trying to get it lined back up here. There's a little bit of a delay from what I see and what you see. That looks to be good. Ball 2 and a strike now on Frias, and the jerseys continue to whip around here. Ball to the plate. He is outside and 3-1. So the pitchers, on a day where you really want to focus on throwing strikes because the balls are not going to carry very well, both starters really having trouble getting themselves acclimated out in this chill and this breeze. 3-1 pitch, and ball misses. Frias picks up the leadoff base on balls. Runner on with nobody out. Johnny Turbo, the designated hitter, will come to the plate. They've had a lot more left-handed hitting with the Long Island Ducks in recent years. We're not seeing as much in this lineup. Frias, the switch hitter, leading off. Down in the number 8 slot, there is Dustin Woodcock, the right fielder. And that's it. Daniel Fields is available, but not in the lineup here in Game 1. Ball will go to work, and it is outside to Turbo for a ball, 1-0. Niall has thrown 6 innings so far this year coming into today and walked only 1. He has struck out 6, 5 hits and a run allowed in 1 2-inning relief appearance and a 4-inning start. Next delivery is inside, and he falls behind 2-0. He's missed with 6 out of 7. Brett Kennedy had a very similar start for the Ducks in the opening inning, but a double play got him out of deep trouble. The Barnstormers did get 1 run across, strike to the outside edge, ball finding the location after missing with 6 in a row, and now to the right-handed batting Turbo. It is 2 balls and a strike. Johnny Turbo off to a fast start, 353 with a homer and 7 runs batted in. The pitch to him, chopper left side. Hoover will play it. He will go to Mercedes for 1, and Melvin can't even get off a throw. Turbo very fast, safe on the fielder's choice. The ball, a high chopper to shortstop. Hoover making sure of the 1 out. Now we got 1 out, 1 on, and Rusney Castillo coming to the plate. Welcome back to those of you who have relocated us here. The Barnstormers with a 1-0 lead in the bottom half of the first inning. Defense set looking for 2. Ball fires a fastball to the outside corner. Though it looks like Niall is starting to get zeroed in here. No balls, 1 strike. Trace Lair at third, Jake Hoover at short, Melvin Mercedes at second, and the first baseman, Kelly Dugan. The outfield with Anderson Felice, Ladarius Clark, and Mark Zagunas from left to right. Next pitch, just a little bit wide. And 1-1 on the center fielder, Castillo. Colton Shaver is doing the catching today with ball on the hill. Castillo, the batter, .271 with 1 home run and 4 driven in. Throw goes to first base just to keep Turbo honest. That really didn't have any chance to pick him off, but Ball has better moves than that, and Turbo saw enough of him last year to realize that. The next offering is sliced out to right field and down for a base hit. Zagunas will collect it. He's not going to be able to keep Turbo from wheeling all the way around to third, though. That's the kind of base hit that is going to be required here today. We talked about it the whole series at Southern Maryland. You have to hit the ball hard, low, and fair to have much of a chance. And the Barnstormers could not seem to get all three together at the same time. The hardest balls they hit in that series, for the most part, hooked foul. And I've had conversations with the guys about that, with Colton Shaver and Melvin Mercedes, who both did it in critical situations on Thursday morning. Balls with runners in scoring position drilled just foul down the stripes. Now it's first and third with one out, and the delivery is low to L.J. Mazzilli, the left fielder. A slow start this year, 209 with one homer and 5 runs batted in. The Ducks, like the Barnstormers, have spent the bulk of the time so far this year on the road. They just come off a road trip to Lexington and High Point. The Barnstormers finally get back home for a homestand of any respectable length starting on Tuesday, with Long Island in for 3, and then the York Revolution coming back in for 3, and then the Barnstormers go to York. Here's the pitch. This is popped up first base side. Kelly Dugan into foul territory. He'll square up underneath and make the catch. A huge out for Nile. Mazzilli fouls to first. Turbo, the runner at third, now with 2 outs. And Debinson Romero, another Atlantic League veteran, will come to the plate. You may remember Debinson Romero years ago with the New Britain Bees. The Ducks picked Romero up in a trade late in the 19 season, and he has remained here. This is his now 4th Atlantic League season. Former veteran AAA player is Debinson Romero. Never had that opportunity to get to the major leagues. But he did spend some time in the Mexican League and a fair amount of time in the International League. Turbo at third, Castillo at first. 1-0 Barnstormers playing the bottom half of the first inning, and the offering to Romero is a strike called. It is 0-1. Romero played to pull, although Mercedes does stay on the right side of the second base bag. A lot of room on the right side, with Castillo being held at first by Kelly Dugan. 0-1. Romero waits, ball delivers, and the breaking ball finds its way to the outside edge. No balls, 2 strikes here, and a chance for Ball to get out of harm's way in this bottom of the first inning and protect the 1-0 Lancaster lead. Whoever has scored first has won every game the Barnstormers have played so far this season. Well, that is a good sign. And now to Romero, 0-2. It breaks wide. Romero thought about that for a second and laid off. Ball had that pitch ultimately in the perfect spot. 1-2 now on Debinson Romero, who batted .231 against the Barnstormers last year with a home run, 13 driven in. Ball comes to the plate. His fastball up and in. We have worked to a 2-ball and 2-strike count. Brett Kennedy on the verge of giving up a big top half of the first inning, and then was able to escape after falling behind Mark Zagunis. 3 balls and a strike. He induced a 4-6-3 double play out of him to end it with just the 1-run scoring. 2-2 on Debinson Romero. That ball is swung at and as well popped up foul territory. The wind's got it. Dugan over, and the wind pushed it into the seats. Romero remains alive at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wind can be a little bit gusty. The original forecast for today was winds gusting over 40. And it's still breezy, it's still gusty, not as bad as they thought it would be. But that wind is going to play tricks with the pop-ups and fly balls, and we just saw it. 2-2, the count on Romero. Here is the pitch, and ball misses outside. We go to 3-2. That sets Castillo free from first. The on-deck batter is one of the league's hotter hitters, and certainly one of the league's steadier hitters so far this year, Sam Travis, who is the first baseman for the Ducks and another right-handed batter. Debinson Romero has worked this from 0-2 to 3-2, a little break with the wind pushing his foul ball into the stands. The pitch is inside and off the knob of the bat. Castillo heads back to first at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Barnstormers up by the 1-0 score. Bottom half of the first inning. A lot of action around the Atlantic League today. This is one of 3 doubleheaders. Runner goes again, 3-2 pitch, outside, ball 4, and now the bases are loaded for Travis. 4th walk of the ball game so far. Travis will come to the plate. He has hit safely in all 12 games he's played, batting .340 with 4 home runs and 14 runs batted in. Travis is a AAA veteran, has not made it to the major leagues, but he's been at Pawtucket 4 different seasons, and last year, well, I take that back. He did sneak into Boston briefly in 2019, and then last year was AAA with the Seattle Mariners out in Tacoma. The first pitch from Ball, low and away. It's 1-0. He was so close. No balls and 2 strikes, and a pop-up on the right side. The wind shoved it out of Kelly Dugan's reach, and now Ball is in plenty of trouble. Bases loaded, 2 outs. A 1 ball and no strike count on Travis. Joe DiCarlo, the catcher, who's number 2 in the league in batting, waits on deck. A Ball can't satisfy the strike zone here either. It is 2-0. The pitchers have both, I think, been slightly frustrated here in this opening inning. The more you try to throw strikes, sometimes the harder it is. 2-0. That catches the outside corner, and now we have a 2-1 count. This has been a long first inning. We've seen a lot of full counts develop, 4 walks already. Travis is the 11th batter we've seen between the top and the bottom of this first inning. 2 balls, 1 strike with the bases loaded, 2 outs. Ball will deliver. This is popped up on the right side, and no play at all for Dugan this time around, and it's 2-2. Here we go again. Lou Ford over coaching at third base, and a jacket-clad member of the Long Island Ducks, unidentifiable for me, is coaching over at first. 2-2 with 2 outs. Turbo, the runner at third. Castillo is on at second. Debinson Romero aboard at first base. Big pitch from Ball. Here is the 2-2, and it's hit in the air left field. Will it carry? It's pushing back and toward the corner, but Felice scampers back to run it down. And in this bottom half of the first inning threat, the Ducks come up dry. No runs, 1 hit, no errors. They strand 3, and the end of 1 full inning today here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. The score is the Lancaster Barnstormers 1 and the Long Island Ducks nothing.
Rock with the 5-time Tony Award-nominated musical Rock of Ages at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater, April 22nd through May 14th. When a development company plans to turn the Sunset Strip into another strip mall, it's up to a group of wannabe rockers to save the day and the music. With music from Styx, Bon Jovi, Poison, and more, Rock of Ages features all your favorite 80s rock anthems and power ballads. How can you resist? Call 717-898-1900 or visit DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Being over 55 does not mean a ticket, it means 10 with the Silver Stormers Club presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Audiology Associates of Lancaster. Anyone 55 and over can enjoy baseball action at every Tuesday home game for only $50 on the season. That is nearly a 70% savings. Members also receive a special Silver Stormers t-shirt to wear proudly at the stadium. For more information or to sign up, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and look in the season tickets section.
Lancaster able to maintain the 1-0 lead. We head into the second inning. Andretti Cordero, Anderson Felice, and Trace Lair slated to face Brett Kennedy. 325 down the lines here on Long Island, 400 straight away. A rare symmetric ballpark in baseball these days, with all the nooks and crannies that have been added to the newer ballparks. This one constructed for the 2000 season, and the Ducks, of course, have been quite a success story here on Long Island ever since the arrival. To Andretti Cordero, Mr. Sunday, he takes a strike. It is 0-1. Cordero is 5 for 8 with 2 homers and 5 runs batted in his 2 Sunday games so far. From Kennedy, here comes the 0-1, delivered low, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Anderson Felice on deck. The switch hitter will bat from the left side of the plate. And then Trace Lair, who is exclusively a left-handed batter. A ball and a strike, the motion, and a Cordero. He started the bat. The pitch broke well wide of the plate, and the Ducks do not bother with an appeal. 2-1. The count on Cordero. Likely will play defensively in game 2. 2-1 pitch way inside. Cordero has to scramble. It is 3-1, and it has been exceedingly difficult for Kennedy and Ball so far to get the ball in the strike zone. We have seen 4 walks in this game, a lot of pitches thrown. 3-1, and Andretti will see a second strike, and he is the 4th Barnstormer out of 6 to get the count full. 3-2 to Andretti. Defense straight away and shallow here. The payoff pitch from Kennedy, ground ball to the shortstop. Taken by Marrero, and a quick throw across the diamond. Andretti is retired. 1 out. Anderson Felice, the left fielder, will come to the plate. 233 with a couple of doubles and 6 runs batted in so far for Felice. And we've seen him at a variety of positions, a couple of spots in the outfield, third and shortstop. As a matter of fact, he had a terrific game defensively, playing shortstop against Southern Maryland on Thursday as Hoover got the day off, and Felice made a couple of terrific plays in that game. The wind and the pitch to Anderson swung on. That ball is drilled toward the right field corner, and that ball is going to get into the corner for extra bases. Galloping to second is Felice. He has a stand-up double with 1 out here in the second inning. So an extra base hit is possible today. Felice hit that ball really well into the teeth of that strong wind blowing in from right field and was able to get it past Woodcock and roll it all the way to the wall down in the corner. Now Trace Lair will try to pick up the run. Lair, the third baseman, at 244 with a couple of runs batted in, but starting to pick up the pace at the plate a little bit the last few games. He is actually 7 for 19 now in his last 6 after a slow start. First pitch at the knees for a strike. It is 0-1. Shortstop Jake Hoover waits on deck. Barnstormers with a 1-0 lead here in the second. They now have 2 hits off of Kennedy. Lancaster still on the road, hasn't gotten the timing down of the offense. They've gotten hits. They out-hit Southern Maryland all 3 games of the series, but just didn't get the hits at the right times. 0-1, a little bit low. And the Barnstormers utility infielder playing third base today. He could spell Mercedes. Mercedes has played every single inning at second base so far this year. Trace is a very adept second baseman. We got to see that in spring training. 1-1. He can't handle that pitch. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Runner at second base is Felice. That double his 3rd of the season now. Felice hasn't had any big games at the plate yet, but he's been productive in spots. A hit there, a hit here. 1-2, and Lair will wrap this on the ground, easily handled by Frias. It will move Felice over to third. Far more important where they're only 1 out in the inning, but that's the second, and now it's up to Hoover. Jake hit very well against Long Island last year. In fact, he drove in 8 of his 19 runs against the Ducks, although that could be qualified because while Jake was with the Barnstormers, these two clubs met an awful lot in the second half last season. This year, he's 3 for 30. He does have 5 runs batted in, all 3 hits, all 5 runs batted in the same game. Now he takes a strike from Kennedy. It is 0-1. Felice over at third base with 2 down as we play the top half of the second inning. Lancaster up by a run, looking to get a second man across. Kennedy ready to go. He'll wind, he'll fire, and that is chopped toward the shortstop. Marrero will scoop it up on the run and gun down Hoover. Brett Kennedy beginning to get a steady stream of ground balls. His last 5 outs have come on 4 grounders. Felice with the double, but that goes to waste here in the second. No runs on a hit, no errors. Anderson left at third. And as we reach the middle of the second inning, the Barnstormers continue to lead Long Island by the score of 1-0.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Knockoffs, copycats, imitators. They all share one thing in common. They always pale in comparison next to the true original. Just like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. The crossover that paved the way for others. And it's still the best for one simple reason. Nothing else is as good as the original. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Bottom of the second inning, Joe DiCarlo, the catcher, will get things underway for Long Island. DiCarlo batting .390 with 10 runs batted in. He is second in the league currently in hitting, and who was in the White Sox organization between AA and AAA a year ago. The pitch from Ball is upstairs. It is 1-0. DiCarlo, born in Newark, Delaware, lives in Glen Mills, Pennsylvania. Previously played in the Seattle system for a few years. Ball smashed left side into the hole goes Hoover. He's got to hang the throw. The stretch by Dugan. They convert the play. Nicely done. 6-3. 1 out. In the bottom of the second inning, Dustin Woodcock, the right fielder, will come to the plate. This guy's off to a nice start as well. .350 hitter for the Ducks thus far with a home run, 5 runs batted in. He was the first guy, as I recall, that they signed, or at least the first new player that I recall them signing. Guy coming out of the Frontier League. He hit .249 with 14 home runs last year at Gateway. Ball spins the first pitch well outside. It's 1-0. Devin Marrero, the shortstop, is due next. He is the one true left-handed batter that they have, native of Belleville, Illinois, and he'll turn 26 here in a couple of weeks. He pulls this to right field, hits it well, and that ball might have had a chance on another day. Instead, the wind takes hold of it. Zagunis over toward the line for the catch. Ball settling down. He's got 2 outs on 4 pitches here in the second inning. Devin Marrero will come to the plate. Shortstop batting .195 with 9 runs batted in. Well, that's the ticket to today. Force the other team to hit the ball in the air, and as long as a gust of wind doesn't push it away from the defense, you'll be all right. Very few balls will have an opportunity to leave here today. 2 outs, nobody on. And the first offering to Marrero, a fastball for a strike. It is 0-1. Barnstormers got the run in the first inning. The first 3 batters all reaching. Mercedes walked, stole second. Clark walked behind him. Shaver grounded a single up the middle. And Lancaster had a run on the board. They haven't had success since. Ball delivers a second strike. It's 0-2. Lancaster now 1 for 5 with runners in scoring position today. The Ducks are 0 for 2. Here is the 0-2 pitch. Ground ball, shortstop. This one should be routine for Hoover. He throws high, but Dugan comes down with it and lays the tag on Marrero, streaking down the line. 6-3, a 7-pitch inning for Niall Ball. He gets through the Ducks in a quick fashion, and through 2, the score is still the Barnstormers 1 and the Ducks nothing.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
First of 2 here today after consecutive rainouts on Long Island. We were not alone. 2 other series in the Atlantic League scheduled for this weekend also lost both Friday night and last night, a series at York and one at Staten Island. The Mets and Phillies, the Rangers and the Yankees both lost the first couple of games of their series. I believe Kansas City and Baltimore did as well, as this front, this storm system sat across the eastern seaboard, and a system you have to believe a couple of months ago would have dumped a tremendous amount of snow. The first pitch across for a strike to Mercedes, who walked and scored the Lancaster run back in the first inning. That's where we sit 1-0. Center fielder Rusney Castillo extremely shallow here against Mercedes. The 0-1 pitch, Kennedy fires wide, and the count is level at 1 ball, 1 strike. Barnstormers 1, Ducks nothing. Cameron Gann taking the hill for Lancaster in Game 2 against a guy who's been around the Atlantic League for a while, Akil Morris. Half an hour or so after this one, fastball to the outside corner. And Mercedes now bats at 1-2 with Clark and Shaver scheduled to follow. A ball, 2 strikes here. Barnstormers batting in the 3rd inning. Brett Kennedy into his motion. And to Melvin, it is inside and low, kicking up a lot of the chalk they so neatly laid down before the game, and it just gets obliterated every single time. That's one of the advantages, I guess, of having the turf fields like they do at Gastonia High Point, and now Lexington and Staten Island will play on turf there as well. Here comes the 2-2. Mercedes lets it go, and he's got a full count for the 2nd time in this game, and the 5th Barnstormer to reach 3 balls and 2 strikes so far against Kennedy, who's averaging only a little better than 4 pitches per batter, so the rest of them have gone by quickly. Mercedes gets the walk. That's 2 in a row. And they will have to contend with him once again. Melvin is on to start off this 3rd inning. 10-game on-base streak for Mercedes, and far more walks than base hits. He has 11 walks now, does Melvin, in his last 9 games. 12 walks, 6 strikeouts on the campaign for him. He is tough to retire. He has the smaller strike zone. He knows how to use it. He knows how to be patient. Now here is Clark, who also walked back in the first inning. Infield double play depth. Kennedy comes set. Mercedes bluffs. He doesn't go, and ball one angles outside and low to Ladarius as he squares the bunt. The stolen base for Mercedes, his second of the year, and he leads the ball club. There are more where those came from. Same with the guy currently in the batter's box, who has one. To Clark, looped out to center field. That will be in for a base hit, dropping in front of Castillo, even though he still was playing incredibly shallow out there. Clark with a walk and a single today, and the Barnstormers have runners at first and second with nobody out for Colton Shaver, who has the lone RBI so far. Now, if any Barnstormer is going to be able to get the ball out of here today, it's probably Shaver. Kelly Dugan, the on-deck hitter, has terrific power as well, but the wind is more, I think, blowing in from right than left, though at times the flags make it tough to tell. First and second with nobody out for Colton Shaver for a second time in this game. Ball is low. Good stop made by DiCarlo. 1 ball, no strikes on the Barnstormers receiver, who can appreciate what Joe DiCarlo just did. Lancaster leading by a run, but the chance for more here in the top half of the third inning. Good speed on the bases with Mercedes and Clark. Colton Shaver batting at 1-0. The pitch to him, and he gets nicked by it. Got him around the elbow, and the Barnstormers have them loaded for Kelly Dugan. 7 base runners already in this game for the Barnstormers, and now you just want to be able to take advantage of this situation. Dugan hit a fly ball to the center fielder Castillo back in the first inning. A ball that looked like the typical can of corn, and then you saw Castillo darting in and toward left center field at the end to make that catch, and Clark couldn't advance to third. Bases are loaded, and to Dugan, it is low and to the backstop. Here comes Mercedes charging home. The Barnstormers get their second run on the board on the wild pitch, and it's ball one to Dugan. We'll see what they decide to do here. They could fill in first base. The Barnstormers get the second run home. Clark to third, Shaver to second, and a 1-0 count to Dugan. Out to the mound goes the catcher DiCarlo, and Eric Carmona, the plate umpire, will catch up to see what they're discussing and whether or not a timeout should be charged here. No timeout is chalked up to the Long Island Ducks. 1 ball, no strikes to Dugan, with the Barnstormers ahead by 2. Batting here in the top half of the third inning, Long Island will bring the infielders in. Dugan with a chance to add to his RBI total right now. The 1-0 pitch, line to center field. He does. It's a base hit. In to score is Clark. Shaver will be held at third. Dugan coming up with the RBI base hit, and the Barnstormers now are up by 3. Colton Shaver, with nobody out in this inning, held at third base by Ross Peoples, not wanting to risk that. The Barnstormers haven't had a chance to see the Ducks take infield, so they don't know what Rusney Castillo might have as far as a throwing arm. And Ross was not willing to take the risk right there. Shaver at third, Dugan at first. Kelly is 16th run batted in now over the last 7 games. 17th of the year. Mark Zagunis, the batter, with Shaver at third, Dugan at first. Still nobody out. Lancaster with 2 on the board here in the third and a 3-run lead. The motion, and now a slider for a strike to Zagunis. It is 0-1. Andretti Cordero, the designated hitter, waiting on deck. Kennedy has had success with this group of hitters getting ground balls, and he would like another one here. 0-1. The count to Mark Zagunis. Here is the set, the pitch, and this time low for a 1-1 count to the Barnstormers right fielder. Shaver with an RBI in the game, Dugan an RBI in the game, and a third run scoring on a wild pitch. A ball and a strike to Zagunis, batting out of an open stance. The set, the pitch, and Mark gets hit. He's the second of the inning, and it looks like Kennedy just is having trouble with his feel on the baseball. Lancaster will have the bases loaded once again, this time with Andretti Cordero stepping in. And a big opportunity for the Barnstormers to open up a huge gap on the Long Island Ducks here in the third. You never want to even think that you have a game salted away. The Barnstormers a few years back, I think it was in 19, had a tremendous lead, 9-10 run lead in the fourth inning vanish here. Out comes the pitching coach, Rick Tomlin, and this one will be charged as a timeout for the Long Island Ducks. 3-0 Lancaster, the bases loaded with nobody out in the third inning. The Barnstormers trying to end their losing streak on the road. They have a chance if they can win both games today. And this is how rosy things are for Southern Maryland in the first half race right now. But the Barnstormers, should they win the doubleheader today, would come home, believe it or not, in second place in the Northern Division with a record of 6-9. Southern Maryland, coming into today and playing a single game, by the way, is 12-2. They did lose their 12-game winning streak last night out in Lexington against Wild Health. The Genomes picked up the 7-2 win there. Charleston beat Lexington 7-4. Charleston in third place behind Gastonia and High Point, respectively, in the Southern Division. Bases loaded, and the pitch to Cordero is low and dug up by DeCarlo. It's ball one and no strikes and Andretti. Lancaster in one of those situations right now where this ball club could really feast. Shaver at third, Dugan at second, Zagunis aboard at first base. 3-0, Barnstormers already leading. Kennedy working out of the stretch, and a Cordero. He pops this up behind the infielders. Fading back is Frias, and now the wind takes it back to the infield. The fly rule would have been enforced there anyhow. That is an enormous first out for Kennedy. Cordero pops up, and now the base is loaded with one out. Anderson Felice doubled his first trip and would look to match that. If he were to get a similar ball into the corner here, you would have to think the Barnstormers would be able to score all three. That's the if. Felice batting, Lair on deck. Kennedy trying to get the second ground ball double play turned against the Barnstormers here this afternoon. That pop out by Cordero, huge. They now have the possibility of an escape in this inning. Felice batting, and the pitch to Anderson down and in. Ball one and no strikes. Of course, the double hook rule is in force. You want to keep your starter out there for 5 innings if you can. Wally Backman will try to be patient, but we've seen 2 hit batters and a wild pitch this inning. Kennedy just doesn't seem to have a very good feel on the baseball. There's the chopper, though. Frias will go to short. Marrero back to first, and they escape with the 4-6-3 double play. Second time in the game, Kennedy has used that to get out of an inning. The Barnstormers do pick up 2, but it could have been so much more on 2 hits with no errors, 2 runners left on base. We'll go to the bottom half of inning 3. The Barnstormers up on the Long Island Ducks by the score of 3-0.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Catching up on the out-of-town scoreboard, the Atlantic League version. You're in the bottom half of the second inning at Staten Island in the first of 2. No score between the Ferry Hawks and the visiting Gastonia Honey Hunters. Marcus Walden with the start against Major League veteran Julio Teran. And then High Point leads York 1-0 at the end of one. They're in the first game of the doubleheader. Justin Nicolino 2-0 going against Jorge Martinez. Nicolino has been absolutely fabulous so far. Other game underway is in Lexington, Southern Maryland, with a 2-0 lead against the Genomes. Top half of the first inning. That is a single game. Darrell Thompson trying for his first win of the season in 4 starts. And the Blue Crabs have picked up 2 for him in the opening inning. Very often, that is enough for the Atlantic League's all-time leading winner. The Barnstormers saw him on Tuesday night, and I thought Lancaster handled Thompson very well on Tuesday. 8 hits. They just couldn't come up with the right hit at the right time, and they ended up losing that game 2-1. Thompson not factoring in the decision. Not only did Lancaster hit Thompson pretty well in that game, but Brent Teller threw a gem for his 6 innings, matching him. Now here is Vladimir Frias leading off the 3rd inning. The Barnstormers having their day interrupted by 2 enormous double plays. Getting Kennedy out of all kinds of trouble. Lancaster still leading 3-0. And the pitch to Frias is right straight through for a called strike. It is 0-1. Ball got in a lot of trouble in the first inning. He walked 2, gave up a base hit, and was able to escape a bases-loaded jam when Sam Travis flied out to left field. Another one is over. He has Frias at 0-2. Ball has gotten off to a fine start this year after tweaking a hamstring in his first inning of spring training. He had to sit the rest of the spring schedule. Outside and high for ball 1, 1 and 2. He ended up charting all the spring training games and sat next to me for a good chunk of those games, especially the game at Lebanon Valley College against the Black Sox. He is truly an engaging fellow. Popped up by Frias. That will carry out a play. 1-2. The continuing count on the Long Island second baseman, Vladimir Frias. Native of the Dominican Republic, still lives there, but he did come to the U.S. for college. Played in Tennessee. Into the dirt. The Barnstormers ask for help. They get none from Michael Herring, nor did they really deserve it there. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes. Game 1 of a doubleheader this afternoon. The Barnstormers with a 3-0 lead. RBI singles to center by Shaver and Dugan, as well as a wild pitch. Now the 2-2. Frias will knock that foul and out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the continuing count. The Barnstormers would like to get on the road tonight by 7 o'clock. At the moment, that does not seem possible. These first 3 innings have taken a good long while. 2-2 pitch hit in the air, down the left field line, racing into foul territory, and running out of real estate is Anderson Felice, and it's still 2 balls and 2 strikes. That ball started off in fair territory. It's how strong the wind is blowing today. Felice was cheating toward the line against Frias, and he was tracking it on the dead run, and all of a sudden he had to put on the brakes, or he would have had a very nasty encounter with a partial concrete, partial chain link fence barrier down there in the corner. 2 balls, 2 strikes, the continuing count on Frias. Ball into the motion, and he is high, 3-2, and Frias is about to see the 9th pitch of this plate appearance. Lancaster 3, Long Island nothing here in the bottom half of inning 3. A lot of room in right center field, but you're going to cheat the defense toward the left side here. There's a pop-up on the left, and that, too, will get well out of play. Pitch number 10 is coming. Popped up in my social media feed the other day. Brandon Belt apparently with the longest plate appearance by pitches in Major League history, although I don't know how they would track that through all the years of baseball. Ball 4 is inside. They didn't really keep tabs on pitches back in the day. Third walk given up by Ball. That one very well earned by Frias. Leadoff man is on in the home third. Johnny Turbo will come to the plate. He into a force play back in the first inning. Jake Hoover already with 3 assists. We have yet to see a strikeout in this game. Fly balls to the left are being pushed out of play. It's been a very unusual start to today because of these weather conditions. A ball is low, 1-0, the count to Turbo. Of course, there's a lot of action around Major League Baseball today also. 1-0 pitch, ground ball left side, diving try by Lair comes up short, and now the Ducks have runners at first and second. And Rusney Castillo stepping in. Bit of a dramatic turnaround in this ball game. Lancaster had the opportunity to pretty much put a clamp on this game. Another base hit in the top half of this inning. It's 5, maybe 6-0 before the Ducks can come back to the plate, and Lancaster could not come up with that one extra base hit. Kennedy fought back. He got Cordero on the pop-up, Felice on the double play. Now you're looking at first and second for the Ducks with nobody out, and Ball snaps a pitch off the outside corner. It's 1-0. Well, this has been a huge turnaround in this third inning. Frias, the runner at second, Turbo aboard at first, and an almost identical start to what we saw in the top of the inning. Now it is low from Ball. The count goes to 2-0 on Castillo, and all kinds of issues now for the Barnstormers in the bottom half of the third inning. White Sox lead the Red Sox. They had an early start today at Fenway, a morning game on a Sunday. It's 3-2, bottom half of the eighth inning. 2-0 pitch. Ball misses badly, and a good save made by Shaver, 3-0. Colton had so much difficulty opening night at Gastonia. So many pitches got away from him. Since then, he has been a very fine receiver. 3 balls and nothing. Frias at second, Turbo at first. Ball in trouble here, and he misses outside to walk him. That is the 4th walk issued by Nile, who had given up just 1 prior to today. They're loaded, and L.J. Mazzilli, the left fielder, will come to the plate. Mazzilli fouled out to Dugan back in the first inning. And we're getting a mound visit here from Mark Johnson. Each side taking a timeout here in the third inning. Phillies lead the Mets at the 7th inning stretch today, 3-2. They're ahead of Max Scherzer. Baltimore and Kansas City knotted at 1 in the top of the 4th inning. That's the first of 2. Texas and the Yankees scoreless in the 4th inning in the first of 2. Atlanta 4 and Milwaukee nothing. Play is in the top half of the 3rd inning down in Atlanta. Pirates lead the Reds 2-0. They're in the bottom half of the 3rd. Toronto 2, Cleveland nothing, top half of the 3rd inning. Another nice start for Connor Overton yesterday. He went 5 1/3 against the Pirates and gave up 2 runs. He's lasted 5 1/3 both his starts for Cincinnati and has done well. First pitch high and inside to Mazzilli. It is ball 1. And there are all kinds of troubles for Nile Ball and the Barnstormers in the bottom of the 3rd. They lead at 3-0. Bases loaded, nobody out. Ball having trouble throwing strikes here. There's one. He gets that in at the knees on Mazzilli. 1 ball, 1 strike, the count. Mazzilli in the first inning batted with runners at first and third when he fouled out. Here the bases are loaded. Ball will bring it home. Big breaking ball gets back for strike 2. Beautiful pitch against Mazzilli to break ahead in the count. Ball doesn't need to completely match what Kennedy did in the top half of the inning with the bases loaded and nobody out, but he could certainly use to get close to it. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Breaking ball, he went too far, says Carmona. Mazzilli gone on the strikeout. The first for either pitcher in the ball game. And with one away, Debinson Romero, the third baseman, comes in. Romero drew a walk back in the first inning, and now it's Ball who can see some daylight here. The Barnstormers can turn the double play behind him. Lancaster has already grounded into 2 double plays that have dramatically helped out Kennedy so far today. Lancaster's grounded to 11 double plays now in the year and turned 8. Bases loaded with 1 out as Romero stands in. Detroit and Houston scoreless in the second. Oakland leads Minnesota 1-0, bottom 2 to Romero. Slider off the outside corner. Ball 1, no strikes. 3-0 Barnstormers, bottom half of the third inning. And several more games later on in Major League Baseball. The pitch smashed and handled at third by Lair. Out at second base. Mercedes back to first. And they turn the double play. Great stop by Trace Lair on an absolute bullet off the bat of Debinson Romero. And Niall Ball is able to work out of the inning with some help from the gloves behind him. No runs on 1 hit with no errors. And the Long Island Ducks end up stranding 2. Ball is out of it, and we're through 3. The Barnstormers are still up by the score of 3-0.
Hi everyone, Adam Gockenauer from Gockenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gockenauer's family this summer season. We are now selling Titus Gas Grills. Titus Gas Grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price, and the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus Grill purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling if it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Through 3 innings, the Barnstormers have 3 runs on 4 hits with no errors. They have stranded 4. Long Island, no runs on 2 hits with no errors. 5 runners left on base by the Ducks. Trace Lair made that brilliant stop to get the double play started that closed out the bottom of the third inning. Leads off here in the fourth, and it's that time that you notice this happening. The guy who makes the great play to end half an inning leads off the next. My belief is still that it happens 1 time out of 9. It's just that you notice it when it does come up. To Lair, fouled back for strike 1. Trace grounded out 4-3 back in the second inning. Lancaster maintaining the 3-run lead with the help of Lair's nice stop over at third base. He had to react very quickly to that hot smash off the bat of Debinson Romero. Good-looking breaking ball from Kennedy for a strike. It's 0-2. Have Kennedy for 54 pitches over the first 3 innings. Inside and low to Trace here for a ball. It is 1-2, and Ball at 56. Those are the unofficial totals. A lot of room in right center here still. 1-2, and Laird drills it to first baseman Sam Travis. 1 out in the fourth inning on a hard hit line drive. Jake Hoover will come to the plate. Hoover grounded a short back in the second inning. I mean, the hitters just have to face it today that you're going to have to try and hit it hard and low and hope the ball gets through. You can see how shallow the center fielder Castillo is playing once again. Hoover now, fly ball out the left. Charging in and having to play that on a bounce is Mazzilli. Hoover has his first hit on the road this year, and he's a one-out base runner in the fourth inning. Melvin Mercedes will check in for the third time. Mercedes has walked twice and scored twice. Top of the order has done very well, realistically, on both teams today. The Barnstormers, the top three are 6 out of 6 reaching base, and for the Ducks, 5 out of 6. And the Barnstormers have been able to drive in the runs. Hoover aboard, and to Mercedes, a strike popped onto the outside corner. It's 0-1. Center fielder Ladarius Clark waiting on deck. Anderson Felice somehow got a ball into the right field corner back in the second inning. You're not going to see too much of that here. Throw goes to first, and that almost got away. Travis, I think fortunately a right-handed thrower in that circumstance, as he really had to reach high and toward home plate. Barnstormers have hit both balls well in this fourth inning. 0-1, Mercedes chips that the other way, twisting foul, and at the very minimum to the back of the third base grandstand area. No balls, 2 strikes. You get into summer, and this place will be filled on the weekends. Here, simply way too chilly. 0-2 to Melvin Mercedes. The pitch is bounced and handled nicely by DiCarlo. He let one get through last inning that cost a run. A run that eventually would have scored anyhow. One out with the runner aboard here. Even saw Hoover's ball out the left field. Looked like it would go to Mazzilli. It didn't. It dropped way in front of him. Ball 1, 2 strikes. Hoover takes off. There's a ground ball right into the defense. 6-3 on the double play, and that was a tough break for the Barnstormers. On the hit and run, Mercedes bounced it right to Marrero, covering the second base bag. Third double play in 4 innings turned by the Long Island Ducks. Here in the fourth, no runs on 1 hit, no errors, nobody left. Need to get the ball into the hole on that hit and run. It would have worked beautifully, but the ball too close to the middle. They turn 2, and we will go to the bottom half of the fourth inning. The Barnstormers still leading by the score of 3-0.
It's no longer about answering the most emails or pulling the most all-nighters. It's about prioritizing what's most important.
Hey, Lexus, give me directions to Eagles Peak Hiking Trail. Calculating route.
That's why the Lexus NX has an interface engineered to understand you and an available 14-inch touchscreen that's simpler and more intuitive. The Lexus NX. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Availability and accuracy of navigation system depends on many factors. Data charges may apply.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
The meteorologists are telling us that the weather will warm up by the time the Barnstormers open up this next homestand. It's supposed to be in the 70s in Lancaster all weeks, folks. It's summertime, at least relatively speaking, of what we've had here this weekend on Long Island. And it's not just here. You've had it back in Lancaster. I've had it at home down in Virginia, 40s, raining. It has been absolutely miserable. But 60s tomorrow, and then low 70s on Tuesday, and warming up to the upper 70s for the remainder of the week. So come on out, make your plans to spend some of your upcoming week anyway with the Barnstormers, home Tuesday through Thursday against Long Island, day game on Thursday, and then Friday through Sunday against the York Revolution. First pitch to Sam Travis, a strike called. Niall Ball gets ahead, no balls and a strike. Niall has given up 2 hits, but he's walked 4 today and struck out 1. He's kept Long Island off the scoreboard. Now a ball is low, And the count is 1 ball, 1 strike. Travis flied to left with the bases loaded back in the first inning. Long Island in this game 0 for 3 with the bases loaded. Here's a pitch, swatted foul in the opposite direction. Make it 1 ball and 2 strikes. And the Barnstormers, with the bases loaded, are 0 for 2. Dugan's RBI single came after the wild pitch in the third inning, so he batted with runners at second and third. Chopper foul. We continue at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lancaster owns the 3-0 lead in the bottom half of inning 4. Above that 20-minute per inning pace you like to stay within. Popped up foul. This is another long at bat. Remember, last inning, Vladimir Frias was up for 10 pitches before he walked. Travis continuing to bat at 1 ball and 2 strikes here. They have 10 players with major league experience on this roster, including Travis, who did spend a bit of time with Boston 17, 18, and 19. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ball will deliver. It's rolled on the right side. Hustling after it is Mercedes. He'll get rid of it quickly. Travis is cut down 4-3. One man retired in the 4th inning for the Ducks, and now Joe DiCarlo will step in. DiCarlo grounded to short back in the 2nd inning. The infielders have had to be on their toes on both sides, and we have seen some very nice defense both ways so far in this game. A lot of ground balls. Already 4 double plays have been turned. Ball deals outside and low and falls behind DiCarlo at 1 ball and no strikes. Niall has gone 3 1/3 today. 1-0 offering is low again, ball 2. 2 balls and no strikes. He started against the Revs, did Niall 4 innings last Saturday, gave up 4 hits and a run. Here's the pitch. Pulled out to left and a base hit. DiCarlo with the 1-out single in the bottom half of the 4th inning. Niall retired the side in order in the 2nd on 7 pitches. And that's really the only quick half inning we've had so far in this contest. Now Dustin Woodcock comes in. He flied out to fairly deep right field back in the 2nd inning, displaying the power that is what brought him to Long Island in the first place. 14 homers in the Frontier League last year. Other days it would have had a chance. Today it was pretty routine for Mark Zagunis. Infield sets, double play depth. Ball goes to work and to Woodcock. It is just off the inside corner. Ball 1 and no strikes. Devin Marrero, the shortstop, the on-deck hitter. 3-0 in favor of Lancaster. 1 run in the first, 2 more in the 3rd for the Barnstormers. 1 out, 1 on, and to Woodcock. He hits the ball in the air, left center field. This could be trouble. On comes the center fielder, Clark. He will make the catch and fire in back of DiCarlo, who returns safely. Hoover racing back, trying to get in position to help out. Felice charging in, and Clark read the wind perfectly, sprinting in to make the catch. 2 are gone, and the batter will be Marrero, the shortstop. He was out on a 6-3 ground ball back in the 2nd inning. Two outs here, and the fastball missing. Ball 1 and no strikes. My guess is that was a little bit up. Fouled out of play to the right. Marrero bats at 1 and 1. Devin Marrero lives in Miami. Spent some time with the Marlins at the major league level. Right-handed batter all the way, as is the bulk of this Long Island Ducks roster. Popped up behind first base. Trying to track it is Dugan. He did as well as can be expected out there today, making the catch, although his route seemed staggered, zigzaggy, and awkward at times. He managed to make the grab, and today, style points don't matter, just making the catch does. No runs, one hit, no errors, one left. We're done with 4 here at Long Island's Fairfield Properties Ballpark. The scoreboard still Lancaster 3 and Long Island nothing.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
We head to the 5th inning. Ladarius Clark, Colton Shaver, and Kelly Dugan scheduled against Brett Kennedy. Both starters remaining in the game. Kennedy has been in worse shape than Ball, but both have had their share of problems. Neither club has really come up with the damaging base hit in this game. 6 runners left on for Long Island, 4 for the Barnstormers. We've seen 4 double plays converted. And I mentioned earlier, between these two teams, 0 for 5 with the bases loaded without an RBI. Here is Ladarius Clark, 1 for 1 for Ladarius today, a walk and a single. And he really has, I think, taken to moving up in the batting order. Getting on base fairly regularly here. Kennedy will go to work against him. Pitch to Clark, taken for a strike. It is 0-1. Kennedy faced just 3 batters last inning because of the hit and run double play. Talk about plans backfiring. Ball is low, 1-1. Mercedes gets that ball to the normal shortstop position or into the hole, and the Barnstormers are in business. But instead, right up the middle. Fly ball out to right. Turning around on it is Woodcock. He lost it, and the ball will hop out to the wall. Clark is motoring to second, and he'll pull in standing with a leadoff double. I think the wind played some tricks with that. The ball, at least in the mind of the right fielder Dustin Woodcock, was headed more toward right center, and it ended up in the other direction, closer to the line. Woodcock couldn't retreat and make the catch, and the Barnstormers find themselves with a man in scoring position on their second double of the game, both toward the right field corner. Clark with his first 2-bagger of the season. He's in scoring position. Here is Colton Shaver. Kennedy looks back at Clark and to Colton. Into the dirt for a ball, 1-0. Shaver has reached base twice. An RBI single up the middle in the first inning. He was hit by a pitch in the third. He has 7 runs batted in now for the Barnstormers. Dugan by far the leader with 17, and he waits on deck. 1-0. Shaver takes an off-speed pitch inside. Ball 2 and no strikes. Kennedy hit both Shaver and Zagunis in the third inning. First 5 Barnstormers reached base in the third, and it looked like it was going to be an enormous inning. But Kennedy able to get out of it with just 2 men across. 2 balls and nothing to Colton here. The set, the pitch, and Shaver fouls it back to the screen off a healthy cut. 2-1. I didn't look fully at Ross's lineup for game 2. I do have it stored in my phone. That's, of course, unless someone should happen to get hurt here in the first game of this doubleheader. 2 balls, 1 strike to Shaver. The pitch is in for a second strike on the fastball. Kennedy has drawn even to the Barnstormers' righty batting catcher. 2-2. Clark inching his way off second base. Always a chance he could try to run. And Kennedy, aware of that, steps back off the rubber for a moment. Looks like Augie Silk coaching first base out there today with Ross over at third. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A look towards second base. The pitch to Shaver, line center field. Coming on for it is Castillo, who'd been playing shallow, and he makes the catch. Well hit by Shaver, but he couldn't get that down. Well, the Barnstormers still have Clark at second base, now with 1 away, and Dugan stepping in. Kelly today, 1 for 2 with runners in scoring position, 7 for 15 on the year. And we're going to have another conference out at the mound that apparently is just about signs, with Clark, the runner at second base, in position to read them if they're simple. No timeout charged. Each club has taken 1 so far. We're in the top of the 5th inning, rather. First game of a doubleheader. The Barnstormers with a 3-0 lead behind Niall Ball. Kelly Dugan will try to extend that lead here. The pitch to Kelly is a strike at the knees. Mark Zagunis waits on deck. The Barnstormers have had a couple of RBI hits today. They have lost out on some other chances. Not that they've hit the ball poorly in the RBI situations. Clark leading off second with 1 out. And he'll go back as Marrero sneaks over. Kennedy never making the throw. 2 more chances to get Ladarius home. Clark had played it halfway on the Shaver line drive, and ultimately that was the smart thing to do. That could have gotten in. Now Dugan, a big swing and a miss, and he trails at 0-2 against Kennedy. Dugan now has 105 runs batted in as a Barnstormer. He's averaged almost 1 per game in a Lancaster uniform. 17 ribbies this year, 16 in the last 7 games. 0-2 to him. Into the dirt, knocked down by DeCarlo. Clark thought about it for a second. He decides not to go. Ball 1 and 2 strikes to Kelly Dugan. And you've got the former Chicago Cub, Mark Zagunis, waiting in the on-deck circle. Right part of the order up for the Barnstormers following that leadoff double by Ladarius. So far, it has not produced an extra run here in the 5th inning. Dugan bats at a ball and 2 strikes out of that familiar open stance. The pitch is hit in the air to the left side. Turning around on it, Mazzilli. That ball is carrying, and that ball is off the fence. Clark will wheel around. He's on his way home. There will be a throw to the plate that is late. Dugan at second with an RBI double to the opposite field, and that did seem to carry a bit on the wind. It definitely fooled Mazzilli, and the Barnstormers lead by a score of 4-0. Second RBI for Kelly Dugan today. His pace has been magnificent. 17 ribbies now in 7 games. He's at second with 1 out. Zagunis will step in. Marcus grounded into a double play, one of the 3 turned by the Ducks. He's also been hit by a pitch. Lancaster with 3 doubles on the afternoon. That now is a total of 7 hits off of Kennedy. Zagunis goes to the right side. Woodcock again battling the swirling winds. He'll make the catch. Tagging is Dugan. He'll move ahead to third. He's there with 2 outs. And the batter will be Cordero. Andretti today is grounded to short and popped the second. The Barnstormers leading by 4 here in the top half of the 5th inning. They've got, obviously, the bullpen fully ready to go for a stretch run here today. But they'll see how far Nile can get. Cordero batting here in the 5th inning actually means a lot because the Barnstormers, if ball gets into trouble, could, with a little bit more ease, take him out. Ground ball toward the hole at short. There is Marrero. What a play. Here is the throw to first. It'll be offline, and the Barnstormers score on the infield base hit by Cordero. It's now 5-0. RBI infield base hit for Andretti Cordero, plating Dugan from third. That was the importance of taking the extra base on the Zagunis fly ball. Boy, Marrero made an impressive stop into the hole there. Just could not get enough on the throw. It was also slightly offline. Cordero on at first base. 2 runs across in the inning. The Barnstormers leading by 5. Here's Felice, who has doubled and grounded into a double play. Right-hander Kennedy to the set, and the offering low. Ball 1 to Anderson. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 more across in this 5th inning. Clark and Dugan with big days for the Lancaster Barnstormers so far. 1 ball, no strikes. The pitch, spotted in the zone. Kennedy works at 1-1. Johnny Turbo due up second in the bottom of the 5th inning. And again, that can be why you want Kennedy under the new version of the double hook rule to get this final out, why Wally Beckman hasn't gone to his bullpen yet. To Felice, that ball is cracked toward the gap in right center field. It curls back, and Woodcock is able to make the catch. Another ball hit pretty well by the Barnstormers here in the 5th inning. We had a couple of lineouts and 1 respectably deep fly ball to the outfielders for the outs. 3 hits and 2 more runs score. The Barnstormers leave 1, and in the middle of the 5th inning here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark, it is now Lancaster 5, Long Island nothing.
Lancaster County Motors Subaru once again presents the Subaru Outdoor Experience. Located along the first base line, this space welcomes fans to a different experience while attending games. The Subaru Outdoor Experience focuses on creating social engagement among the fans. Fans will identify with the Subaru Outdoor Experience, which includes games like life-size Jenga, shuffleboard, ping pong, giant checkers, and bocce ball, along with an art wall of kayak, bike, and recycling arts parts and information, a dog-kissing booth, a barbershop corner, and opportunities to engage with the local business that made this unique space possible. Come enjoy the games while watching the game.
Rock with the 5-time Tony Award-nominated musical Rock of Ages at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater, April 22nd through May 14th. When a development company plans to turn the Sunset Strip into another strip mall, it's up to a group of wannabe rockers to save the day and the music. With music from Styx, Bon Jovi, Poison, and more, Rock of Ages features all your favorite 80s rock anthems and power ballads. How can you resist? Call 717-898-1900 or visit DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Kelly Dugan now with 18 runs batted in. The Barnstormers are in their 14th game of the year. You would think that Dugan would be at or at least close to the RBI lead in the Atlantic League. Not the case. Courtney Hawkins, you remember him, formerly of the Sugarland Skeeters and a big star for Lexington last year, back with the Legends this season. He already has 8 homers and 25 runs batted in. He's been an absolute beast in the early going for the Legends here in 2022. Top of the order leads off the home 5th for the Long Island Ducks, Vladimir Frias. He'll be followed by Johnny Turbo and Rusney Castillo. Lancaster up by 5 here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. The Barnstormers have put together quite an effort pitching-wise, offensively, and defensively on this chilliest and breeziest of days here. Now a fastball is up to Frias, who's already walked twice. Ball 1-0. Lancaster looking to get ball through 5 and then go to the bullpen. Fouled away, it's 1-1. Frias up there 10 pitches back in the 3rd inning. Ball's pitch count into the low 70s at this stage. 1-1. And a Frias inside and low, ball 2 and no strikes. And I'll tell you what, if you're Niall Ball, if you're the Lancaster Barnstormers, you don't want to get an inning underway with a walk against the Long Island Ducks. This team can be incredible coming from behind in its own ballpark. The 2-1 is a strike. Now it is 2-2 on Vladimir Frias, and I'm sure he'll be greeted with his old walk-up music. And he always acknowledges his Barnstormers past when in Lancaster. 2-2, he got him. Off-speed pitch, swung on and missed. Frias strikes out. Ball fans number 2. Johnny Turbo will now come to the plate. 1 for 2 on the afternoon. Second strikeout registered by Niall today. His pitch count is now at, I believe, 75. Brett Kennedy has thrown 81 through 5 innings. Ball to the plate. That's sliced out to right. Zagunis will wisely just take it on a bounce. Turbo aboard for the second time. Realistically, the third, but the first time was on a fielder's choice. Statistically, it doesn't count. One out base runner, Rusney Castillo will come to the plate. Castillo has singled into right and drawn a walk. Top 3 in the lineup for the Barnstormers have been very tough on Kennedy today, and the same true the other way. Top 3 in the Long Island batting order has done a number so far. And Niall, foul ball back. It is 0-1. Each has been on base twice so far. There is a ground ball toward the hole and through for a base hit. So Castillo's day remains perfect. L.J. Mazzilli will step in with runners at first and second and 1 out. A little bit more trouble for Niall today. He's had to contend with quite the number of base runners. He's now allowed 5 hits, and he's walked 4 in 4 1/3 innings. But remember, there was a game here last year where he gave up 12 hits in 7 innings and stared down 5 first and second 1-out jams without cracking in any one of those innings. He gave up 2 runs in the 7th, or in 7, I should say. Now his breaking ball hits Mazzilli in the back. The bases are loaded for Debinson Romero, and we'll see if the Barnstormers pay a second mound visit. 5-0 at Long Island has a chance once again. Bases loaded for the 3rd time in the game. All the odd number innings, the bases have been loaded for the Long Island Ducks. And now with Debinson Romero due at the plate, here comes a move to the mound by Mark Johnson. Barnstormers taking their second time out. And Niall may be getting down to the end of his afternoon. Barnstormers have a full contingent of relievers out there. Not sure who they would go to first in a situation like this. Bases are loaded, 1 out in the 5th inning. Ball stared down a bases loaded, nobody out jam back in the 3rd. Got this man Romero to smash into a 5-4-3 double play. Turbo's at 3rd, Castillo at 2nd, and Mazzilli now on at 1st. 1 out in the bottom half of the 5th inning. The Barnstormers leading 5-0. but they can't let the Ducks pick up a head of steam here. Ball looking for the second infield double play. Instead, a high fly ball out to left. Felice will be there. In fact, he's coming in on this. Anderson will make the catch. Tagging off third is Turbo. The throw is late at the plate. Shaver took it offline, dove back. The other runners are able to tag and move up. Romero with a sac fly. Long Island is on the board. Sam Travis will bat with runners at second and third. 2 outs in the inning. Felice might have had a play with a perfectly accurate throw. Turbo does have excellent speed, hence the self-chosen name. That throw to the plate allowed Castillo to get the third and Mazzilli to move ahead to second. They've got 2 in scoring position, and it takes away the force out. Here's a pitch to Travis, swung on and missed. Travis on the 12-game hitting streak coming in, thus far 0 for 2 on a fly ball to left and a grounder to second. This is a big batter. You can hold a 5-1 lead through 5 and turn it over to the bullpen, or it could suddenly be 5-3 on a base hit. The pitch, and that is grounded toward the middle and through. Base hit center field. Castillo and Mazzilli coming around, and it is indeed a 5-3 game. Sam Travis singles into center, his hitting streak alive at 13. And the Ducks have pulled back to within 2. You can never have a big enough lead in this ballpark. Joe DiCarlo, the catcher, comes to the plate. DiCarlo has grounded to short and singled into left. How much does the double hook rule play into the decision right now to leave Nile in the game? The pitch popped up foul, backing out of play. It's 0-1. We've seen 3 singles here in the 5th inning, a hit batter and the sac fly by Romero, and now we see the price that the Barnstormers pay for trying to get the double play at the plate. Had they been conservative there, yes, the tying run would still be at the plate, but it would be a 5-2 game. 0-1 to DiCarlo. Slider is good. 0-2. Now they're letting Ball try to get through this 5th inning. It will preserve the DH for later on and also hold the bullpen. But I have to believe this is the last batter Nile sees. 0-2 is strike 3 on the outside corner. So he's able to get out of the inning with the punch out, his 3rd, but 3 runs do score for the Ducks on 3 hits with no errors. 1 man is left. Now at the end of 5, the Barnstormers lead Long Island by a score of 5-3.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
They say to truly understand someone, you must walk a mile in their shoes. Well, at Lexus, we designed the ES with you in mind every step of the way. From class-leading legroom in the back to positioning the touchscreen 4 inches closer to you in the front. Everything in the Lexus ES, a direct reflection of you. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
2022 ES versus 2021-2022 competitors. Information from manufacturers' websites as of 5/3/2021.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Left-hander Cody Beckman comes on for the 6th inning. Barnstormers seeing a southpaw for the first time today, and Beckman expected to make the start in the day game on Thursday unless things should happen to change. And the Barnstormers rotation right now is DeSabatino, Teller, and Silk for the 3 games at home against Long Island. There is a slight possibility of a change there, but not a major one. Don't write it in ink yet, but definitely put it down in pencil to Sabatino, Teller, Silk for the 3 games. Meanwhile, it is Beckman, a 27-year-old from Tampa, Florida, 6'2" and 205 pounds, pitched most recently with the Milwaukee Brewers in Double-A down at Biloxi, Mississippi. He was 0-3 there in 30 appearances, 2 starts a year ago. Signed by the Brewers back in 2017. Here is Trace Lair leading off the Barnstormers 6th. Lair is grounded out and lined out today. He's also made a fabulous stop against Romero back in the 3rd inning to save the Barnstormers some grief. 5-3 here in the 6th inning. Beckman to the plate, and Trace takes a fastball low. Ball 1 and no strikes. 8 hits off of Kennedy, 5 runs in 5 innings. He walked 3, struck out none, hit 2, and threw a wild pitch. Ball 1, no strikes. The count to Trace Lair. The motion next offering. Bouncing ball. That is a fair ball. Fumbled briefly by Travis. He'll recover. And it's 1 out here in the top of the 6th. Jake Hoover will come to the plate. Niall Ball has gotten through 5. I doubt we'll see him come out for the 6th inning. Could be Josh Graham coming in. Could be Chase Johnson coming in. There are a whole host of possibilities for Ross Peoples. And then, of course, if the score stays as it is right now, Schumann for the 7th inning. Hoover, 1 out of 2, single to left his last visit. Now takes a fastball outside from Beckman. Ball 1 and no strikes. A lot of room down the first base line for Jake here. The delivery snaps back to the outside corner. It is 1-1. Hoover is 2 for 2 with the bases loaded this year. He's really the guy you like to have up with the sacks full. Nobody else has been able to do much, at least not today under those conditions. Breaking ball inside. Hoover at 2 balls and a strike. Mercedes waiting on deck. Barnstormers with the 5-3 lead. It was 5-0 going into the bottom of the 5th. And Long Island loaded the bases, got the sac fly from Romero, and the 2-run single by Travis. Ball 3 is wide. Beckman works at 3-1. His 3rd appearance of the year, 2 1/3 innings, 1 hit allowed, 2 strikeouts. Three and 1. Hoover will swing and hit this in the air to right field, curling right back to Woodcock, making it easy for him. 2 outs, and this inning is left up to Mercedes. Melvin has walked twice and grounded into a double play, has a stolen base. He has scored 2 of the 5 Lancaster runs. And he'll turn around to bat from the right side of the plate. Barnstormers have had an odd year against left-handed pitching. The left-handed hitters have typically done better than the right-handed hitters or the switch hitters. Strike is taken by Melvin, who's 3 for 17 from this side of the plate. Not hitting for much of an average, but definitely a pest. Down and in. Laid off on that, and wisely so. The ball dove. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ladarius Clark is on deck. Lancaster, in general, not hitting left-handed pitching all that well. unless your name is Austin Nicely, but Nicely's had a tough go here in 2022 after finishing in the top 5 in the league in ERA last year. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Mercedes, 2 outs, nobody on in the top half of the 6th inning, and the Barnstormers trying to stave off the charging Long Island Ducks. 1-2 to Melvin. He won't chase. Ball 2 is outside. We get to 2 balls and 2 strikes. First game of a doubleheader. Cameron Gann scheduled to pitch game 2 against Akil Morris, who's bounced around the Atlantic League a bit. 2-2 pitch, ground ball, shortstop, taken low by Marrero. He throws on and gets the out, 6-3. Nothing across for the Barnstormers in the top half of the 6th inning. 5.5 have been logged. It's 5-3 Lancaster.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat Deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
bottom of the 6th inning, and it will be Josh Graham coming in for the Barnstormers. Ball worked 5 innings, giving up 6 hits, 3 runs with 4 walks, 3 strikeouts. He had an impressive game going until it ran aground after striking out Frias to lead off the 5th inning. Next 3 guys reached, and for the first time today, Long Island was able to take advantage of a bases-loaded opportunity. Sac fly, and then the 2-run single up the middle by Travis. That got Long Island back into this game. The sacrifice fly really did not. And if the Barnstormers hadn't taken the risk of throwing home, they could have kept this a 5-2 game anyway. But instead, a 2-run game. And Lancaster looks for Graham to hold the lead through the 6th inning and get it to Schumann. This is the 7th appearance for Josh. He's thrown 5 1/3 innings, allowing 2 hits, 1 unearned run. He has walked 5, and he has struck out 5. Dustin Woodcock, Devin Marrero, and Vladimir Frias, the scheduled hitters for the Ducks in the lower half of the 6th inning. Lancaster has Clark, Shaver, and Dugan up in the 7th, looking for some insurance. Graham, the right-hander from Roseburg, Oregon. The 28-year-old, 6'1", 215 pounds. In a pressure situation here in the 6th inning, trying to keep the Ducks from getting anything going. Long Island with an amazing ability to come from behind in this ballpark. We've seen it repeatedly over the years. First offering, fastball is good. Strike 1 on Woodcock, who has flied out twice today, once to right, once to center. Barnstormers have collected 8 hits to 6 for the Ducks. Next offering, breaking ball, fades low, and it's 1-1. Second game of baseball still to come on this chilly, breezy afternoon. Football-type weather. But it is a May Sunday, Mother's Day. Fly ball right field. If they play the wind, this will be all right. And sprinting out is Mercedes. He can't get to it. The throw behind Woodcock, not in time. And there is the type of play we were afraid of here today. The wind took it from Zagunas, Mercedes racing out, Clark streaking over, and nobody could get there. Mercedes got in the neighborhood. It will be a base hit, and that brings on Devin Marrero as the potential tying run here today. The wind played havoc with that pop fly, and it's the kind of thing that continues to happen to the Barnstormers on the road. Next pitch is good for a strike in on Marrero. It's 0-1. Devin Marrero, born and raised in Miami. First round pick for the Red Sox out of Arizona State back in 2012. Swung on and missed. Graham is ahead at 0-2. The tying run now at the plate for the Long Island Ducks. Marrero got into 173 Major League games over 6 years. Boston, Arizona, and the Marlins. Pitch on the ground, shortstop, and it gets away from Hoover. Runner safe at first and second, and there's a tailor-made double play ball that gets away. It's happening again. That could have been 2 quick outs. Instead, Frias steps in as the go-ahead run, as Hoover is guilty of an error. It looked like that ball came up on him just a little bit, but the ball will not blow or bounce the right way for the Barnstormers when they're away from home. Well, now Frias could be bunting. Lair is going to play up for that possibility. Graham will go to work on the switch hitting second baseman. He walked twice and struck out once against Ball. Here is the set, the pitch. There is a bunt, dragged toward first and foul. 0-1 the count to Frias. First and second with nobody out in the 6th inning, and hardly the fault of Josh Graham. He's gotten a fairly routine fly at the outset to shallow right field and a normal ground ball to shortstop at the outset. And he faces first and second with nobody out. Lancaster 5, Long Island 3 here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. It looked like this one would be easy through Frias's last turn at the plate. But anything but. Graham goes to work on Frias. Next offering almost hits him, and the count is 1-1. Johnny Turbo, the designated hitter, waits on deck. Long Island got swept at High Point during the week. The Barnstormers were swept at Southern Maryland. They collide here this afternoon. 1-1 pitch. Frias pulls a grounder foul to his own dugout, and the count goes to 1-2. Graham needs an out here, preferably one that does not advance the runner from first base. Woodcock at second, Marrero at first, 1-2 on Frias. Graham glances back. Here's the pitch. It's low and bounces away from Colton Shaver. Runners advance to second and third. And now a base hit can tie the game. A base hit, and we very well could see ourselves at 5-5. An unbelievable turnaround of this game, 5-0 with 1 out, nobody on in the bottom half of the 5th inning. And now the tying runs are in scoring position with no one out in the 6th. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Frias. The pitch ripped into right field for a base hit. Scoring is Woodcock. Marrero is being sent. The throw is coming in towards second base. The Barnstormers misplay that, and Frias arrives safely at second. A 2-run single for Vladimir Frias. We're tied at 5. Frias in scoring position. Johnny Turbo, the scheduled hitter. This could have and should have been so much easier for Graham to get through. At the Barnstormers with misplays, and now Zagunis charged with the error in right, allowing Frias to go to second to begin with. So that's 2 errors in the inning for the Barnstormers. A fly ball that got blown into no man's land. And Lancaster now in danger of letting this one slip away. The lead is gone. If Frias is second with nobody out, the Barnstormers have used their final timeout. Elsewhere around the Atlantic League here on this Sunday afternoon. Gastonia and Staten Island tied at 1 into the 6th inning. High Point leads York 2-1 through 4.5. Southern Maryland 7-3 over Wild Health into the 6th. To Turbo, a swing and a miss, strike 1. Graham had Frias at 1-2, then threw the wild pitch, then gave up the 2-run single. The Barnstormers commit their second error of the inning. Turbo bats 0-1. He squares the bunt and pushes a foul to the screen. Graham is ahead. No balls and 2 strikes here. Barnstormers and the Ducks now in a 5-5 brawl in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Rusney Castillo and L.J. Mazzilli, you'd still have to get through them here in the bottom of the 6th. Frias leads off at second base. Here's the 0-2 on Turbo. Chopper back toward the hill. Mercedes looks toward third, doesn't have a play. Frias is now 90 feet away. Turbo with the bounce out. And there again, the Barnstormers lose out on a chance for a double play because of the second error of the inning. Graham realistically should be long out of this inning. Right now, 1 run is earned, the other run is not. The batter is Rusney Castillo, 2 for 2 with a walk today. Batting against an infield pulled in, and the Barnstormers are going to put him on and take their chances with Mazzilli. That, I think, is a smart move.
Left fielder, number 13, L.J. Mazzilli.
2 runs across in the inning, 1 out with runners at the corners. The infield will settle back to double play depth. L.J. Mazzilli is 0 for 2 today. He's been hit by a pitch, and he scored the 3rd run in the 5th inning. 5 runs have scored against the Barnstormers in the last full inning after the club held the 5-0 lead. And we've had a series of mishaps now. Here is the pitch to Mazzilli. He started to turn, laid off, and the ball is inside. It is 1-0. The error at shortstop really opened the way to this inning. That had all the makings of a double play. Ball 2 now is inside on Mazzilli. Debinson Romero waits on deck. It really did have all the makings of a double play. And that one got away, and bad things continue to happen in this 6th inning. 2-0, the count to Mazzilli, taken outside and low, and Graham has gone to 3-0. Romero already is batted with the bases loaded today and got robbed by Trace Lair on a great diving stop over at third, turning it into a double play. Well, maybe not diving, but a terrific stop on a hot hit ground ball. 3-0. Mazzilli looks at strike 1 as Graham finds the knees. The Barnstormers won their first road game of the year. They haven't been able to take one since. Weird things keep happening, and there is ball 4. A walk to Mazzilli loads the bases. Debinson Romero with a sac fly in the 5th inning, a second time with the bases loaded. And the Barnstormers are going to make a pitching change. That will be it for Graham, I do believe. Yeah, there's already been a visit this inning. So the Barnstormers are going to have to go back to the pen. Graham just goes a third of an inning, gives up a pair of hits, 1 windblown, 2 walks, 1 intentional. And he will depart. The Barnstormers go back to the pen with Debinson Romero scheduled to come to the plate. We will take a break and pause for this.
Rock with the 5-time Tony Award-nominated musical Rock of Ages at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater, April 22nd through May 14th. When a development company plans to turn the Sunset Strip into another strip mall, it's up to a group of wannabe rockers to save the day and the music. With music from Styx, Bon Jovi, Poison, and more, Rock of Ages features all your favorite 80s rock anthems and power ballads. How can you resist? Call 717-898-1900 or visit DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Being over 55 does not mean a ticket, it means 10 with the Silver Stormers Club presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Audiology Associates of Lancaster. Anyone 55 and over can enjoy baseball action at every Tuesday home game for only $50 on the season. That is nearly a 70% savings. Members also receive a special Silver Stormers t-shirt to wear proudly at the stadium. For more information or to sign up, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and look in the season tickets section.
Chase Johnson has come on to try and rescue the Barnstormers here in the bottom half of the 6th inning in what is now a 5-5 game. The Ducks have the bases loaded, 1 out, and Debinson Romero stepping to the plate. Josh Graham really had the better of the first 2 batters that he faced here in this 6th inning. It so easily could have been 2 outs and nobody on base. And then instead it was first and second, a wild pitch, moved the runners ahead. Vladimir Frias tied the game with a base hit. He took second on the Barnstormers' second error of the inning. Johnny Turbo's bouncer got Frias to third. We've had an intentional walk and an unintentional walk since then. And Johnson, who already has absorbed a couple of losses on this trip, takes over. He's given up 5 hits, 3 runs, 1 earned in 9 innings, walking 2 and striking out 8. And, of course, he was the victim of that weird play that closed out the ball game on Thursday. In the bottom half of the 10th inning, Trace Lair picked up a bunt by Braxton Lee, threw to first base, except nobody was covering the bag. And the winning run raced all the way around to score. 1 out, bases loaded. Johnson to Romero. First pitch to the inside corner, strike 1. Graham, to this point, 2 hits, 2 walks, 2 runs, and just 1/3 of an inning. Johnson needs to pick up a double play. 6'3" right-hander from Fallbrook, California. No balls and a strike to Romero. He angles another pitch to the inside corner. Moving ahead 0-2. It's scary watching those pitches head to the plate because they seem headed directly for the thigh of Debinson Romero, which, of course, if it were to hit him, would bring the go-ahead run across here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. 0-2. Johnson peers in, has the sign from Shaver. The pitch swung on and missed. The ball trickling free from Colton. The lead runner, Frias, will not attempt to score. So Johnson gets the second out. And Sam Travis, who singled home 2 runs in the 5th inning, will come to the plate. Johnson needs to get 1 more to send us to the 7th inning tied. Clark, Shaver, and Dugan, the slated hitters against the Long Island Ducks in the top half of the 7th inning. Johnson's pitch is low to Travis. Ball 1 and no strikes. Number 6 batter in the lineup today for manager Wally Backman. 1 ball and no strikes. Johnson focusing in, has the sign, the pitch. Chopper toward third, past Ford, a foul ball. It is 1-1. Nothing else can be earned. Charge to Graham. He gives up his first earned run of the year. But again, that's because you can't assume a double play. But I think it was likely on that Marrero ground ball. 1 ball, 1 strike here. Travis gets ball 2 down and away. Backhanded save made by Shaver. It's now 2-1. There's no room to put this number 6 hitter, who has batted safely in 13 consecutive games, and he has 16 runs batted in on the year. We've talked about Dugan and the 18 ribbies. Well, Travis has been about equally as productive for the Long Island Ducks. 2-1. Johnson ready to go. The pitch swung on and missed. Came with a fastball down low. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now Chase Johnson trying to get Lancaster out of the mess and keep the game tied going into the 7th inning. The guy with the 2 saves for the Long Island Ducks is Tyler Webb. I would imagine that's who we'd see if the Ducks take the lead. And the pitch low, stopped by Shaver. It wouldn't get through. 3 balls and 2 strikes. So Johnson has nowhere to go right now. Anything but an out here. And Long Island takes a lead into the 7th inning. 3 balls, 2 strikes with the bases loaded and 2 outs. 5-5 in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Defense ready. Travis ready. Johnson ready. 3-2. Everybody starts. The pitch is ball 4 outside, and Long Island has the lead. Frias comes home. It's 6-5. The run charged to Graham and Joe DiCarlo, the next to step in. The Barnstormers have let a 5-0 lead get away and now trail, and all of it has happened in the span of 4 outs. And so it goes on the road for this 2022 ball club. 3 walks, 2 errors here in the bottom of the 6th. DiCarlo bats, and the Johnson pitch is low. It is ball 1. Joe DiCarlo, 1 out of 3 here this afternoon. So now Clark, Shaver, and Dugan will need to produce at least 1 in the 7th inning. 1-0, Johnson to DiCarlo. The next offering fouled right at the dish, and the count levels at a ball and a strike. You can never, ever get comfortable with a lead here on Long Island. Especially, it seems, if you're the Lancaster Barnstormers. 3 runs off ball in the 5th inning and 3 off the bullpen here in the 6th. The only ball hit hard, the single by Frias. 1-1, DiCarlo looks to slider to the outside corner, make it 1-2. The bases loaded walk to Sam Travis as he collects his 3rd RBI. Lancaster is down by 1. 1-2. Johnson to DiCarlo. That is just off the money in ball 2. 9th man to bat in the 6th inning for Long Island. The hits are even at 8. The Barnstormers guilty of the 2 errors this inning. And a 2-2 pitch. Swatted foul. Headed for the mascot Quacker Jack, performing on top of the first base dugout. Joe DiCarlo, a busy man these days. The other catcher that they had here decided to hang it up. He was a local guy, Mitch Calandra. 2-2. Missing just barely again, and here we sit at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Chase Johnson seems to be a little frustrated right now. The 3-2 to Travis was close. He didn't get the call. A 2-2 to DiCarlo, close. He didn't get the call. Again, a full count pitch is coming. Johnson ready to go. Runners take off. 3-2, fouled over the screen, and we have to do it all again. A bottom half of the 6th inning that seems to be taking an eternity here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. 2 hits, 2 errors, 3 walks. There's been an infield out and a strikeout. Payoff pitch due to DiCarlo, and again, the runners will be on the move. There they go, the pitch, this time clearly low. It's another bases-loaded walk, and it's 7-5 Long Island. Coming across is Castillo, and remember, the Barnstormers walked him intentionally, but that seemed like a completely reasonable move at the time. And now back to where this inning started, Dustin Woodcock. He hit the fly ball to right field that got pushed back to the infield by the wind, and nobody could catch up to it. And now, about 20 minutes later, he steps in once again. 4 walks to the last 5 batters, including the intentional walk, which was the first of the quartet. Bases loaded, 2 are out. Woodcock steps in, and Johnson fires right straight through for a called strike. It is 0-1. Chase faced Debinson Romero and struck him out, getting the Barnstormers on the edge of getting out of this inning, but he has walked 2 in a row on full count pitches. No balls, 1 strike, the count to Woodcock. That snaps to the inside corner, and Johnson is again ahead in a count. It is 0-2 here. Will he be able to finish off Woodcock? Lancaster now needing 2 in the top of the 7th inning. Dustin Woodcock awaits the 0-2. Johnson will fire. That is swung on and missed, but it gets away from Shaver. Everybody will be safe, and now it's 8-5. Another mistake on the part of the Lancaster Barnstormers here in the bottom of the 6th inning. It is unbelievable what we have witnessed here in this 6th. We'll have to get a ruling on that. It is the strikeout of Woodcock. That we do know. Mazzilli scoring, and that will close out the books on Graham. 5 runs, and it should just be 1 earned. Now everybody out there belongs to Chase Johnson. A 5-run inning. That will be a wild pitch to Johnson. First pitch slider doesn't quite get there. And it's 1-0 on Devin Marrero. Bases remain loaded. It's now Travis at third, DiCarlo at second, Woodcock, the runner, at first. Here's the ball 1 pitch. Devin Marrero with a huge cut and a miss. 1 ball, 1 strike. 3 in the 5th. 5 have scored in this 6th inning. Marrero 0 for 3 in the game. He reached when Jake Hoover mishandled his ground ball earlier this inning. And now it is outside to Marrero. Scoreboard reads 2-1, but I believe that it's 1-2. We'll wait for Eric Carmona. Now it is 2-1. I take that back. That first pitch just missed. 2-1. Johnson to the plate. He's inside, and it's 3-1. This inning is stunning. Lancaster played so brilliantly at home against York last weekend, but, man, take them out of Clipper Magazine Stadium and nightmares continue to happen. The team played so well for 5 innings, and there's another bases-loaded walk. Make it 9-5, and this is an earned run to Johnson. As he walks his third, he has walked 3, struck out 2. And we're back to the top of the order in Vladimir Frias, who already has a 2-run single in the inning. The 12th man to bat in the bottom half of the 6th. Only 3 balls, take that, 4 balls put into play in this inning, just 1 hit hard. And yet 6 runs have come across the plate. Fouled away by Frias. No balls and a strike. Barnstormers have thrown 45 pitches this half inning. 0-1 to Frias. Johnson's pitch gets there. So again, he's got a batter 0-2. He struck out Romero, the first man he faced. He struck out Woodcock, but the pitch broke free on the swing and the miss, and Lancaster couldn't even chalk up the third out there. 0-2 to Vladimir Frias. The pitch cut on and missed. That will end the inning, but what a nightmare it was. 6 runs on only 2 hits, 2 errors. There were 5 walks and a wild pitch in the inning. 3 runners left on base, and now we go to the 7th. It's not even a save situation. Long Island leading by the score of 9-5.
Now that everybody's feeling loosey-goosey and lucky-ducky, I hope you'll join Quackerjack and myself in our rendition of Take Me Out to the Ball.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water, or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Knockoffs, copycats, imitators. They all share one thing in common. They always pale in comparison next to the true original. Just like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. The crossover that paved the way for others. And it's still the best for one simple reason. Nothing else is as good as the original. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Five runs, just 1 earned against Josh Graham as the Barnstormers commit errors and give up walks in the bottom of the 6th inning. They trail 9-5. The closer was already ready to come in, so the Barnstormers are going to face the big left-hander Tyler Webb here in the top of the 7th. Clark, Shaver, and Dugan are scheduled. 6'5" and 240 pounds is Webb. Former major leaguer of a number of different teams over the years. First pitch delivered for a strike to Clark. It is 0-1. Ladarius has not been retired today. He's 2 out of 2. Along with a walk, he has 2 runs scored. Ball is low, 1-1, the count to Clark. Yankees, Brewers, San Diego, St. Louis have had Tyler Webb at different times. Ladarius swats a foul out of play to the right, and the count is 1-2. Colton Shaver on deck, then Kelly Dugan. Good news here is that Webb wouldn't be available in all likelihood for the second game of the doubleheader. He's thrown 139 major league games, 3-3 his record. Ball 2, missing to Ladarius, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Finished up last year at AAA Memphis. 2-2. Webb working to Clark. The pitch swung at and missed. That was a nasty changeup away. First time a Barnstormer has struck out here this afternoon. Colton Shaver will be the hitter. Shaver is 1 for 2 with an RBI single. For 4.5 innings, the Barnstormers played a nearly perfect game here today. They were up 5-0, and now they find themselves down 9-5 and puzzled, to say the least. Here's the pitch to Shaver. It's upstairs. Ball 1-0. They fielded extremely well. They got the timely hits. Niall Ball pitched his way out of a couple of jams. Otherwise, he was pretty strong. Shaver will look at ball 2 upstairs. It's 2-0, and it just came undone. Somebody ripped apart the Velcro, and everything just came spilling out. 3 runs in the bottom of the 5th, and that bottom of the 6th was just ugly. 2-0. Shaver pops this up. It'll come back, foul and out of play, 2-1. And the Barnstormers are 2 outs away from losing for the 10th consecutive time on the road. This club needs to get back home for a while. First significant homestand will start on Tuesday. Foul to the screen. And a Shaver, it is 2-2. It has been unbelievable, some of the things that we have witnessed. I think even more so on this trip than the North Carolina trip. The North Carolina trip, the Barnstormers, most of those games, they were beaten fairly soundly. But on this trip, it's just been one puzzling event after another. 2-2 to Shaver. And this is popped up and coming back out of play. Tyler Webb so far has a couple of saves in 3 tries. He's 0-1. He's given up 7 hits in 3 1/3 innings prior to today. Shaver batting at 2 balls and 2 strikes. The offering is low, filling out the count, 3-2. Chase Johnson struck out 3 and walked 3 after taking over in relief for Graham. Nobody put the ball in play. But while he was in there, 4 more runs scored. 3-2, check swing. Did he go? He did not. Shaver picks up the base on balls. And on we go. Dugan will come to the plate. 2 out of 3 with a run scored and 2 knocked in for the streaking Dugan here today. Kelly went 0 for 4 on Wednesday night at Southern Maryland, so he doesn't have any kind of significant hitting streak going, but you'd have to say he is incredibly hot over this stretch, that one game notwithstanding. Pitch to him here from over the top is Webb. It's in for a strike called, 0-1. You add today into this, and Dugan, since including the home opener, is 13 out of 29 with those 16 runs batted, and he fouls it off and trails 0-2 here. On that first road trip, Kelly was 4 out of 19. He is now, since then, 13 for 29 with 4 doubles. Foul back here, he'll stay alive. 4 doubles, 4 home runs, and 17 runs batted in. That average translates to a 448, by the way. Colton Shaver, the runner at first. The count on Dugan, 0-2. Zagunis waits on deck. The offering breaking ball, and Kelly just able to fight that one away. Keeping it going for the Barnstormers here in the top half of the 7th inning. Long Island with the 9-5 lead. Ducks scored 6 runs with 1 ball hit hard in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Shaver takes off. Breaking ball is strike 3. That'll be defensive indifference. Shaver advancing to second. Webb strikes out number 2. And here is Mark Zagunis, the final hope for the Barnstormers here in game 1. Zagunis is 0 for 2, and he has been hit by a pitch. The error committed by Zagunis on the single by Frias ultimately didn't lead to too much. It was bad at the time because it allowed the go-ahead run into scoring position, but so much happened afterwards that the effect of that error was negated. Although, one could make the argument that the turbo ground ball could have been a double play had he still been at first. Ball 2 is inside. Andretti Cordero waits on deck. For 4.5 innings, you really couldn't play much better than the Barnstormers did today. You have to take that and think of the positives. Timely hitting, good pitching, at times wonderful defense. 2-0 swing and a miss, it's 2-1. And then you have to start looking at the mental part of the game. What on earth happened? And once it started to come undone here, as I said, it's just like somebody ripped apart the Velcro in a hurry. 2-1 to Zagunis. The Webb pitch is beaten foul, 2 balls and 2 strikes, and now we are down to the final strike for the Barnstormers here in game 1. Game 2 still to come. Cameron Gann, the top of the rotation for the Barnstormers. He is 1-0, and he will be matched up against Akil Morris, who has no record. Fastball is up top, ball 3, full count to Zagunis with Cordero waiting on deck. Shaver is the runner at second base. Here comes the payoff. Zagunis swings and hits this straight away. Should be little trouble for Castillo. It is not. And the Long Island Ducks persevere in game 1 with a huge bottom half of the 6th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. And the Barnstormers leave 1 on in the 7th. It is, unfortunately, the 10th road loss in succession for this Lancaster Barnstormers club, and you almost have to say today they beat themselves in that bottom half of the 6th inning. We'll be back to summarize this one rather briefly in just a moment. Again, the game 1 final, Long Island 9 and the Barnstormers 5.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Well, the puzzling start to this season continues. The Lancaster Barnstormers trying to win for the first time in their last 10 games away from Clipper Magazine Stadium. Got off to a great start here today, a run in the first inning for the first time on the road all year. They had a 5-0 lead going into the bottom of the 5th. Nile ball started to crack a little bit and had the chance to get out of that inning. Just one run on the board. Sam Travis came through with a big hit. The bottom half of the sixth, an absolute mess. And you look at the final in game one here, 9-5 in favor of Long Island. 9 runs, 8 hits, no errors. The Ducks stranded 10. And for the Barnstormers, 5 runs on 8 hits with 2 errors and 6 runners left on base. Cody Beckman gets the win. He's 1-0. Josh Graham handed the loss. He is 0-1 on the season. We did not see a home run in today's ball game. It took 2 hours, 31 minutes. Colton Shaver got the Barnstormers on the board with a ground single up the middle, plating Melvin Mercedes from second in the first inning. Long Island left the bases loaded in the bottom of that first. The Barnstormers would go on to score 2 more in the third inning. A wild pitch by starter Brett Kennedy made it 2-0. And then before the first out in that inning, Kelly Dugan lined a single into center, scoring Ladarius Clark. Lancaster at that point was up 3-0. Mark Zagunis was hit by a pitch to reload the bases, but Kennedy was able to recover and retire Andretti Cordero on a pop-up to second and got Anderson Felice to ground into a double play. Niall Ball got out of a bases-loaded, nobody-out jam in the bottom of the third inning, and at that point you thought the Barnstormers were in pretty decent shape. Then in the top of the fifth, Clark doubled past the curlicue efforts of Dustin Woodcock out in right field. He took a bizarre route, but the wind led to that. Double to lead off. Colton Shaver lined to center with Clark staying at second. Kelly Dugan doubled off the fence in left field, plating Clark for a 4-0 lead. Dugan would eventually score on an infield single deep into the hole at shortstop by Cordero. The Barnstormers were up 5-0, and when Ball struck out Vladimir Frias to start off the bottom half of the fifth, you thought, okay, the Barnstormers are going to take the opener. Now let's try to sweep the doubleheader. Never assume anything here on Long Island. Johnny Turbo single to right. Rusney Castillo single to left. Ball hit Mazzilli with a pitch, and the bases were loaded suddenly with 1 out. Davidson Romero hit a fly ball to left. It didn't carry well. Anderson Felice made the catch and then tried to double up Turbo at the plate. That throw was late and off the mark, and on that play, the other runners went to second and third. That was important because Sam Travis fouled with a base hit into center field to make it 5-3 before Joe DiCarlo struck out. The Barnstormers still leading by 2 going into the bottom of the sixth inning. Dustin Woodcock led off. He lifted a fly ball out to right field that would have been an easy play any other day. The wind pushed it back toward the infield. Zagunis tried to race in and make the catch. Mercedes ran out. Clark came racing over, and nobody could get to the ball. It fell in for the bloop single leading off, and that was just the first in a cascade of events that led to the 6-run Long Island sixth inning. Devin Marrero then hit a ground ball to Jake Hoover at short. You were thinking, hey, that's a double play, but no. Hoover with a rare error on a ground ball. Runners safe at first and second with nobody out. A wild pitch moved Woodcock to third, Marrero to second. And on the very next offering from Josh Graham, Vladimir Frias lined a base hit into right to tie the score. He would go to second on an error, to third on a Johnny Turbo infield out. The Barnstormers opted to walk Rusney Castillo intentionally, and it was a great move at the time, but it turned out to backfire. There were 4 more walks and a third strike wild pitch in the inning, and seemingly before you could catch your breath, 6 Long Island runs were home, and the Barnstormers were out of reach. 9-5, Long Island wins the first game of this doubleheader. We've got a second game to follow. Cameron Gann against Akil Morris. That should be coming up in approximately 25 more minutes. We'll just keep this YouTube feed open. Stay tuned for more Lancaster Barnstormers baseball. Welcome back from Fairfield Properties Ballpark in Central Islip out on Long Island, where the Lancaster Barnstormers got tripped up at the end of Game 1 and fell 9-5 on a 6-run, 2-hit bottom half of the 8th inning that also entailed a couple of errors and a slew of walks. Now Lancaster will be sending the top of the rotation to the hill in Game 2. Cameron Gann 1-0 with a 2.87 ERA over 3 starts. He'll match up against Ducks right-hander Akil Morris, no record, and an 8.38 ERA over his first 2 starts of this 2022 campaign. Here are the starting lineups for the second game. Devon Torrance leading off in right field for the Barnstormers. Trace Lair will bat second and play second base. First time we haven't seen Melvin Mercedes at the Keystone this entire year. Andretti Cordero will bat third. He will be at third base. Kelly Dugan, the cleanup batter, and first baseman. Mark Zagunis will be in the lineup as the designated hitter for the nightcap. He's batting fifth. Anderson Felice will stay in left field and bat sixth. Connor Lean with the Game 2 start. He'll be in center batting seventh. The catcher hitting eighth is Anthony Peroni, and Jake Hoover will be the shortstop batting ninth. Gann on the hill for the Barnstormers. For Long Island, Vladimir Frias leading off at second. Johnny Turbo will bat second and play right field. The center fielder hitting in the number 3 slot is Rusney Castillo. Debinson Romero, the cleanup batter in the DH. Sam Travis will bat fifth. He'll play first. Daniel Fields in left field batting number 6. Joe DiCarlo again doing the catching. They have nobody else. He is batting number 7. Michael Wolanski is the third baseman hitting 8th. And Devin Marrero is the shortstop batting 9th with Akil Morris on the hill for Long Island in the second game of the doubleheader. Lou Ford is the only position player on either ball club who has not been in the lineup in either end of this doubleheader. Let's catch you up on what else is transpiring around the Atlantic League with plenty of doubleheaders on this Sunday afternoon. Gastonia in extra innings in Game 1 leading Staten Island 4-1. They're going to the bottom half of the 9th. High Point owns a first game victory 5-1 behind Justin Nicolino, who improves to 3-0. That is over York. Southern Maryland has a 9-7 advantage over Wild Health going to the bottom half of the 8th inning out in Lexington. And Lexington, the Legends, taking on Charleston at 5:05. They're not terribly far from getting started. Akil Morris and the Long Island Ducks take to the field. Morris split his time between High Point and New Britain back in 2019. Came to the Ducks for a couple of starts and did brilliantly last year before moving along to the San Francisco Giants organization. He was 6-0 for Double-A Richmond. The native of the Virgin Islands, 29 years of age, 6'1", and 205 pounds. He'll be backed up defensively today by Wolanski at third, Marrero at short. Frias is the second baseman, Travis over at first. The outfield has Daniel Fields in left with Rusney Castillo in center and Johnny Turbo in right. Joe DiCarlo is doing the catching. Rob Massero has balls and strikes for the second game. Michael Herring at first base, and Eric Carmona has moved out to handle the calls on the third base side. Still very chilly. The wind seems to be dying down here on Long Island as the storm system pushes out over the open waters in the Atlantic, and we are starting to see some breaks in the clouds as we move along into the late afternoon and eventually into the early evening hours here on Long Island. Not going to warm up today, though. It is that type of chill and dampness that will go through you, as they say out here this afternoon. Devon Torrance preparing to get started against Akil Morris here in Game 2. Torrance 3 out of 17 with 1 double so far on the season. Morris has not done well. He's thrown 9 2/3 innings over his first couple of appearances, 12 hits, 9 runs, all earned. He has walked 5, struck out 7. The Barnstormers looking to gain a split, looking to get out of the shackles on the road. They've dropped their last 10. The first pitch to Torrance right there for a called strike. It is 0-1. Trace Lair and Andretti Cordero scheduled to follow here in the top half of the first inning. Morris comes right back, and Torrance a swing and a miss at the fastball. It is 0-2. Torrance grew up in weather like this in Canton, Ohio. He should be fairly acclimated to it, if anybody can be. Strike 3 called, 3 straight pitches. Torrance goes down looking. There's one away, and Trace Lair, the second baseman, comes in. Lair 0 for 3 in game 1. He made a brilliant defensive play to start a double play in the third inning in that ball game. He also, in one of his plate appearances, lined directly into the glove of the first baseman, Travis. Put the ball in play all 3 trips. Now a pop-up on the right side. Coming in for it is the first baseman, Travis. He'll concede it to Vladimir Frias, the second baseman. 2 up and 2 down very quickly for Akil Morris. Andretti Cordero, the third baseman, comes to the plate. Cordero hitting .255 with 2 home runs and 9 runs batted in. In case you weren't with us for the opener, the Barnstormers had what you would have thought to be a clamp on that game. 7-inning game. They were up 5-0 with 1 out, nobody on in the bottom half of the 5th. Gave up 3 there and 6 more in the bottom half of the 6th. Everything generated offensively for the Ducks in that 5th inning. The 6th inning, a series of mishaps, and then consecutive walks. And in one case, a wild pitch on strike 3, all with the bases loaded, accounting for the go-ahead run and 3 insurance runs. 2-0 to Cordero. He had 1 hit, 1 RBI in game 1. Now a pop fly on the right side. DeCarlo over for a look, but that one's well back into the seats. It's 2 balls and a strike to Cordero. Kelly Dugan, who had another productive game at the plate in game 1, waits on deck. The center fielder, Castillo, continues to play incredibly shallow with that wind blowing in here on Long Island to Cordero. Nubbed to the first base side of the mound. Easy toss to first, easy inning for Morris. The Barnstormers retired on 8 pitches, nothing across. We'll go to the bottom of the first. Lancaster nothing, and the Ducks are coming up.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Cameron Gann making his 4th start of this year. He has been strong so far. 1-0, 2.87 ERA. Very consistent for Gann. 13 hits allowed in 15 2/3 innings. He's given up 5 earned runs, walking 5, and striking out 19. The defense with a bit of a different look in back of him. Andretti Cordero will play game 2 at third. The shortstop still Jake Hoover. Trace Lair opening up the second game at second base. Kelly Dugan is at first. The outfield has Anderson Felice in left with Connor Lean in center, Devon Torrance in right, and the catcher for game 2 is Anthony Perrone. And from Crandall, Texas, 6 feet tall, and a former Arizona Diamondbacks farmhand, pitched at Reno for the first half of the year last year before coming to the Barnstormers, was 2-1 and had a 4.07 earned run average with Lancaster a year ago. Vladimir Frias, the second baseman, to be followed by right fielder Johnny Turbo and center fielder Rusney Castillo. In the bottom half of the first inning, the Barnstormers retired on 8 pitches by Akil Morris in the top of the inning. Barnstormers with the 9-5 loss in game one, but York also fell, so the Barnstormers are still in third in the Northern Division despite the 4-10 record. This ball club desperately needs to get off the road. 1-6 on the opening road trip. They're 0-4 now this week. Frias leads off against Gann. The pitch in on the hands, popped up toward third. Cordero has to battle a win. He's strong underneath and makes the catch. One pitch and one out, and Frias, in all likelihood, with some very sore hands on that weak pop-up to third base on a day like this. Johnny Turbo will come to the plate, the right fielder, .368 with a homer and 7 runs batted in, 2 for 4 with a run scored in the opener of the doubleheader. He played the key role in getting the 5th inning underway, but then grounded out in the 6th. But even that ground out advanced the go-ahead run in the person of Frias over to third. Gann over the top and a fastball for a called strike. It's 0-1. I always love the way, if you can pick it up, how Gann grunts upon his release of every pitch. Reminds you of the tennis players to the backhand sometimes. Fastball is outside, and it's 1-1 on Turbo with Rusney Castillo, the center fielder, due next. Well, that first game just had to burn in the gut of the Barnstormers coaching staff. Fly ball right center field. Back on this goes Lean. He will camp underneath for the catch. That is out number 2. And Rusney Castillo comes in. Castillo was never retired in game 1. 2 hits, 2 walks. The second walk was intentional, and it made all the sense in the world at the time with 1 out and the lead run over at third base. But even that move backfired on the Barnstormers as he eventually came around to score. The 7th Ducks run of the game. Gann delivers. That's foul to the right and hitting concrete over there. It is 0-1 on Castillo, one of the 10 Ducks to have played in the major leagues. The Barnstormers with just 2. Castillo spent parts of 14, 15, and 16 with the Boston Red Sox. The pitch is low. It is a ball and a strike. And in 15, he got to stick around for a while. He appeared in 80 games, hit .253 with 5 homers and 29 runs batted in for Boston. Next offering is a breaking ball over the top and high. Castillo gains the edge on Gann at 2-1. Rusney Castillo from the island nation of Cuba, where baseball is, of course, huge. Fouled to the right and out of play. It is 2-2. And there was a story, I don't know the veracity of this or not, but the legend anyway has it that if Fidel Castro had gotten to play professional baseball, as at one point he aspired to, maybe there wouldn't have been a Cuban Revolution. That's bounced up the middle. Castillo stays perfect. 2 outs and a runner on. So the man who played 5 winners in the Cuban National Series for Ciego de Avila before joining the Red Sox is at first base with 2 outs. Debinson Romero, the designated hitter, will come to the plate. And, of course, baseball, the International League specifically, became involved in the Cuban Revolution when Frank Verdi, playing, I believe it was for Rochester. I could be wrong on that, but I think it was, this was so much a local story. During the Cuban Revolution, actually got hit in the head by a ricocheted gunshot, got hit in the helmet. And that was it for baseball in Havana as far as affiliated play was concerned. Just a little bit inside to Romero, and now it is 2-0. Castillo, the runner at first, and 2 outs here. I can't remember where they moved that Sugar Kings franchise in the middle of that season. But back then, the International League was truly the International League. I think that Havana went to Montreal, at least temporarily then. Toronto was already in the league, so you had 3 different countries represented. 2-0 pitch is lifted on the right side. This could be tricky. Lair over, Dugan over in foul territory, and it's Kelly Dugan with the catch in foul ground to end the inning. Any pop fly can be an adventure with the wind out there today. It does look like it's calming down a bit. No runs on a hit, no errors, and 1 left. Cameron Gann through the bottom half of the first, and now at the end of 1, no score here in Game 2.
And then we're going to shuffle them all up. If you 3 can tell us which of the 3 caps has the baseball underneath.
Hi everyone, Adam Gockenauer from Gockenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gockenauer's family this summer season. We are now selling Titus gas grills. Titus Gas Grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price. And the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus grill purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Off's Excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling if it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Akil Morris retired the Barnstormers in order in the first inning. Kelly Dugan, Mark Zagunis, Anderson Felice, the middle of the Barnstormers lineup for the nightcap to step in the second inning. No score. Cameron Gann gave up a 2-out single up the middle. And that was it in the bottom half of the first inning. Gann, a guy who's explosive with strikeouts. He had 9 in his first appearance of this season. Inside to Dugan for a ball. It is 1-0. And then 6 in the first 3 innings of his start against York last Sunday. Ended up with 7 in 6 innings. Swing and a miss. Dugan batting at a ball and a strike. 2 hits and a couple of runs batted in for Kelly in the opener. He had a single and a double. Now at .347 on the year with 4 homers. He's knocked in 18. Morris comes back off speed. That is swung at and missed. He has Kelly at a ball and 2 strikes. Akil Morris has served up only 11 pitches so far. Here is the kick, the pitch. Dugan waves at that one, and it's 4 in a row that Morris has set down. 2 on strikes. The designated hitter, Zagunis, will come to the plate, hitting .216 with 1 home run and 5 runs batted in. Anderson Felice in the on-deck circle. Castillo still playing extraordinarily shallow out in center. First pitch to Zagunis misses. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Just a gut-wrenching loss in game 1 of this doubleheader, especially when you look at everything else that's happened on this trip so far. Bouncer foul. It is a ball and a strike. The Barnstormers have been in every game on this road trip. They lost 2-1 in the late innings back on Tuesday night, 3-0, and the Wednesday night game, those were all unearned runs off of Augie Silk. Off the end of the bat, skimmer to second, easy play for Frias. 2 up and 2 down as Morris continues to cruise, and Anderson Felice will come to the plate. And then Thursday during the day, the Barnstormers with a great rally in the top of the 9th on the 3-run jack by Dugan to tie the score at 4. Then going ahead in the top of the 10th inning, getting the runner home from second base and never gotten out in the bottom of the 10th and lost 6-5 on a really squirrely play. Fouled off to the left. It is no balls and a strike on Felice as Morris has not been tested. Over but low. And a Felice, a ball and a strike. Anderson now at .239. 1 for 3 with a double in the opener. Also lined out, one of his other trips. Ball 2 is upstairs, 2-1. Connor Lean, the center fielder, is on deck. I dug more in depth into Lean during this 2-day mini vacation we've had. Foul ball back. It is 2 balls and 2 strikes. And it prompts me to ask him a question when I have the opportunity. Because earlier in his career, he hit at the single-A level for a pretty respectable average. 2-2 pitch upstairs. Felice started to turn on it, checked in time. It's 3-2. And then he started to hit more home runs, but the average dove. Never really until this year putting both together at the same time while he was in the Atlanta system. 3-2. Felice will draw the walk. Ball 4 is upstairs. The Barnstormers pick up their first runner of the nightcap, and Lean will come to the plate. Here in the Atlantic League, he's 11 out of 25, batting .440, with 8 extra base hits in those 25 at-bats and 9 runs batted in. So perhaps starting to turn the corner and getting those 2 elements together at the same time, the ability to hit for average and power. He's never really had both. But in this game, you're always learning, and perhaps this is a corner turned for Connor Lean. 2 outs, runner at first base, and the pitch by Morris is popped up on the right side. Will the wind take enough of it to blow it out of the reach of Travis? It does not. Lean fouls out. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 left for the Barnstormers in the top of 2. And through 1.5 in the second game of our doubleheader, we are still scoreless.
Baseball's not just for athletes, but for mathletes too.
It's no longer about answering the most emails or pulling the most all-nighters. It's about prioritizing what's most important.
Hey, Lexus, give me directions to Eagles Peak Hiking Trail. Calculating route.
That's why the Lexus NX has an interface engineered to understand you and an available 14-inch touchscreen that's simpler and more intuitive. The Lexus NX. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Availability and accuracy of navigation system depends on many factors. Data charges may apply.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Bottom half of the second inning, Sam Travis, Daniel Fields, and Joe DiCarlo will be the hitters for the Long Island Ducks. We are scoreless at this point. Barnstormers home on Tuesday against the Long Island Ducks, and expect to see a completely different ball club, not in terms of the personnel, just in terms of the type of play when the Barnstormers get back to Clipper Magazine Stadium. Everything went well last weekend against the Revs. The Barnstormers shredded York in that series at home. They just cannot find the right combination on especially this road trip. Here is Gann working to Travis. 340 hitter is Sam Travis, and he gets ball 1. It is 1-0. Travis with 4 homers and 17 knocked in. He had the 2-run single in the 5th inning with 2 outs that got Long Island back into that first game. Gann over the top deals. The fastball challenging Travis, who swings and misses. It is 1 ball and 1 strike. We mentioned Travis has spent time at the major league level. They have 10 on this ball club. 5 pitchers, 5 position players. Here is the 1-1, and that fastball missing wide. Ball 2 and a strike. Among the position players, we've seen Devin Marrero and Sam Travis. Rusney Castillo Daniel Fields in this game, and then there's Lou Ford, the 45-year-old, sitting out on this chilly day, called second strike. It's 2-2. And on the pitching side, right-handers Sandy Baez, Brett Kennedy, we saw in game one, Morris. We're seeing in this game Stephen Tarpley, and then Tyler Webb, who wrapped up game one. 2-2 pitch is ball 3 off the outside corner. Full count on Travis with nobody out, nobody on. Bottom half of the second inning. The line score has not been operational on the scoreboard today. Balls and strikes are. 3-2 pitch is fouled away. And the count will keep at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Right now the Ducks have 14 active pitchers and 11 active position players. Lou Ford is on the DL. So everybody active has had a chance to play among the position players on both sides in this doubleheader. That's swatted foul, and it's still 3-2. 9-5 Ducks in the opener. We'll see if they have the opportunity to catch up at all on Southern Maryland. Southern Maryland just playing the one game today against Wild Health. We'll see if that one's gone final yet. 8 pitches this at bat, and still nothing decided. We continue at 3 balls and 2 strikes. So it is a final. Darrell Thompson winning 9-7. Southern Maryland over Wild Health. Just getting started. Lexington at Charleston today. 3-2 pitch. Fouled out of play, and we'll go to pitch number 10. Gastonia beating Staten Island 4-1 in game 1. And High Point 5-1 over York in game 1. 3 balls, 2 strikes again. Gann to Travis, and it's ball 4. He walked him. A 10-pitch base on balls to start the second. Daniel Fields, the left fielder, will come to the plate. 5 out of 18 with a home run and 4 runs batted in. Interesting story about Daniel, who is now 31 years of age. But back around, 22 years ago when he was a youngster, his dad, Bruce Fields, was Mark Johnson's manager in the Detroit Tigers organization, and Daniel served as the bat boy, fouled away. No balls and a strike, that small world that baseball is known to be. Fields, a veteran in the Atlantic League, played for the Bridgeport Bluefish before heading southward and eastward here to the island. The 0-1 pitch, that is golf toward the gap in right center field. It will hang, though. Torrance there for the catch. Fields is retired. We have 1 out, bottom half of the second. Travis settling back into first base, and now the catcher, Joe DiCarlo, is coming to the plate. Last year, he didn't have to do it. They had certainly backup at Southern Maryland, but we watched Joe DeLuca catch virtually every inning of the season series. DiCarlo right now is in that position. We told you the other Ducks catcher had decided to hang it up. So right now, DiCarlo is the man. Low throw to first. Back in is Travis, who has not tried to steal this year. We're scoreless, bottom half of the second inning. Lancaster looking for the split after the first game got away. These road swings are getting frustrating. Inside, and that is a ball on DiCarlo, 1-0. Michael Wolanski, the third baseman, waits to bat next. DiCarlo, a career .231 hitter. Deal gets the pitch. That's lined toward right center field. In for a base hit. All the way around to third goes Travis. DiCarlo on with the single, and Long Island builds a threat. here in the second inning. Well, plenty of baseball coming up at home. The Barnstormers taking on Long Island and York on this upcoming homestand, and then they'll go to York and to Lexington to take on the Genomes, and then they'll be home for a while after that. And home cooking certainly worked well for the Barnstormers last weekend, and they need it to do so once more. First and third with one out. Gann finds himself in a tight spot in this second inning. Wolanski stands in. He hasn't played much, but he's 5 out of 13. He hits a grounder past the mound. This will be tough to turn two out at second, and Hoover can't get off the throw back to first. That'll drive in the run. Travis coming across from third. The out on DeCarlo 4-6. And we talk about things just going wrong for this Barnstormers club. Gann gets the ground ball to the second baseman. That's what you want in that situation. The only problem is that Wolanski didn't hit it hard enough, and the Barnstormers had no chance to turn two on the play. Here is Devin Marrero batting with Wolanski at first base, the 1-0 lead for the Ducks here in the bottom half of the second inning. That first game, the first time all year, the team that has scored first has not won. Lancaster getting the run in the top half of the first inning, in fact, to go ahead. Marrero takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Barnstormers pitchers today have struck out 6. Niall Ball had 3. Chase Johnson had 3 strikeouts in 2/3 of an inning. That just describes that first game. A pickoff throw, and he got him. Wolanski is gone to end the inning. Cameron Gann very quick with the feed and the move over to first base. The Ducks lose their runner, but they go ahead with 1 run, 1 hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. End of 2 in the nightcap. Long Island up 1-0.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
1-0 Long Island. We head to the third inning. Anthony Peroni, Jake Hoover, and Devon Torrance stepping in to face Akil Morris. We mentioned Morris pitched at the major league level. He was there with, over the years, 3 different teams. First, the Mets back in 2015, where he made 1 appearance, and it was somewhat of a disaster. He did not return to the major league level until he got there for 8 appearances with Atlanta and did quite well back in 17, and then he was in Anaheim with the Angels for 9 games in 18, and the results were somewhere in the middle. Anthony Peroni leads off the third. 4 out of 23 for Peroni on the season. First pitch into the dirt for a ball, and it's 1-0. Peroni opts not to make the dash toward first base. And you have to go right away. You can't watch the ball roll around past the backstop, have a sandwich in the batter's box, and then take off. You've got to go immediately. 1-0 on Peroni. The kick, Morris's pitch, sails upstairs, and a big edge early for Anthony Peroni at 2-0. Lancaster managed a walk to Anderson Felice last inning. They have not hit the ball out of the infield against Morris. Ball 3 is high, and I have to believe that Ross Peoples will have the shackles on Anthony Peroni here, trying to get something ignited in this third inning. In game one, the Barnstormers drew 4 walks and had 8 base hits, 2 batters hit by pitches. The offense overall came through into the dirt. Ball 4, Peroni aboard on the leadoff free pass, a 4-pitch walk from Morris. Jake Hoover, the shortstop, will come to the plate. And Ross could think about bunting here. Hoover swung the bat pretty well in game one. He was 1 for 3. Line drive, base hit into left in the middle at bat for Jake. 121 now on the year with a couple of doubles, 5 runs batted in. 1-0 Long Island. We'll see what Ross has planned. The third baseman, Wolanski, is back. Hoover squares around and takes the 5th straight pitch out of the strike zone. It's ball 1 from Morris. And we'll see if this draws Wolanski in a bit. It does. He's now even with the bag over at third. Peroni inching his way off first, held there by Travis, 1-0. Hoover shows no sign of a bunt and takes a slider for a strike to draw the count even at 1 each. And Hoover checks down with Ross Peoples once again. Tough to tell who's in the coach's box if you don't figure it's Ross over at third. Ball 2 is high, 2-1. And the reason I say that, you can look at it in the camera. These guys are bundled up in hoodies and helmets, and you can't even see any facial features. Ball 3 is high, 3-1. Morris has lost his control here in the third inning. He has missed with 7 of 8. The Barnstormers being given a chance early in this third inning. Peroni already aboard. Hoover batting 3-1, and he can afford to be patient here. Morris to the set, the pitch, foul to the screen, and he has recovered enough to get the count to 3 balls and 2 strikes on the shortstop, Hoover. The LED lights have been turned on here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. Nowhere near sunset yet. That's still a couple hours away, but just with the cloud bank. 3-2, runner goes, and that ball is smoked into left field. Hoover with a base hit. Peroni is going to try to go to third here. The throw, and he is in at third base. Wolanski thought he had him, but the throw from Fields was a little bit toward the infield side of the base. And Barnstormers end up with runners at first and third. Boy, you want to talk about a risk. My goodness. Peroni thought he saw an opening. The Barnstormers have him sneak into third. He just made it. And Lancaster with the runners at the corners. Nobody out. Devon Torrance stepping in. Oh, that could have been a disaster if Peroni had been thrown out right there. Got the tying run, though, 90 feet away. The pitch to Torrance. Lashed foul into the net over on the third base side. 1 strike. Torrance caught looking at a third strike. Back in game 1, Hoover giving the Barnstormers the first hit off of Akil Morris. Peroni advancing to third on that play. Throw goes to first. Hoover hits the dirt back in safely. 1-0 Long Island on the force play ground ball by Michael Wolanski, gaining the lead in the bottom of the second. Lancaster trying to race it. Hoover goes, swinging a foul by Torrance. It is no balls and 2 strikes in game 1. The Barnstormers had a hit and run on with Hoover on the move, and Melvin Mercedes found the shortstop racing towards second base, hit it right into his glove, and an easy double play. It's the way things are going. 0-2 here to Torrance. Lair waits on deck. The pitch. Torrance goes down swinging on a changeup. First out of the inning. And now Morris is a double play ground ball from getting out of it. Trace Lair, the batter. Lair popped up back in the first inning. The Barnstormers now with runners at first and third and 1 out in this third inning. Looking at least for a deep enough fly ball for Peroni to score. Runner takes off, and the pitch by Lair is popped up behind third. Calling for it right along the line is Wolanski. Hustling back to first is Hoover, but that is now 2 outs and it's up to Andretti Cordero. Cordero dribbled back to the first base side of the mound for the final out in the first inning. 2 very quick outs for Akil Morris after the Barnstormers got runners to first and third with nobody down in this third inning. Trailing by a run. These are the things that just continue to plague this ball club when they're outside of Clipper Magazine Stadium. In the first game, the club hit pretty well in the RBI situations. They were 4 for 13 with runners in scoring position. Put 5 runs on the board. You can't complain about that. 2 outs with men at the corners here. And a Cordero. Ground ball, that is a foul ball outside the bag at third. Ross Peoples thought otherwise, or at least tried to sell it well. No balls and 1 strike on Andretti Cordero. I don't have the greatest angle on that. Kind of looked foul from here. Rob Massaro has the final say. It is 0-1 on Cordero, playing third base for the Barnstormers. Here in Game 2, he was the DH in Game 1. Throw to first base, Hoover back in. The Barnstormers have tried to send Jake on more than one occasion here, and the result has been a foul ball or a pop-up. Here's the 0-1. Outside, that comes off the glove of DeCarlo. Sprinting home is Peroni, and the Barnstormers have tied the game on what, for my money, would be a pass ball, but we'll get the official ruling on it. It's 1-1. Hoover goes to second base, and the count on Cordero is 1 ball and 1 strike. We'll have to check to see which way this goes, and it has not been posted yet. Barnstormers and Long Island square at 1 apiece. Here in the top of the third, Cordero looking to put the Barnstormers into the lead. Here comes the 1-1. Cordero swings and lines this out to left. Fields will glide back and make the catch. Hit pretty well by Andretti, but today that's a no-go. 1 run scores on 1 hit, no errors, and there was 1 runner left in scoring position. It was, in fact, a pass ball, enabling the run to score, so that is an unearned run on Akil Morris. Will go to the bottom half of the third here in Game 2, tied at 1.
Lancaster County Motors Subaru once again presents the Subaru Outdoor Experience. Located along the first base line, this space welcomes fans to a different experience while attending games. The Subaru Outdoor Experience focuses on creating social engagement among the fans. Fans will identify with the Subaru Outdoor Experience, which includes games like life-size Jenga, shuffleboard, ping pong, giant checkers, and bocce ball, along with an art wall of kayak, bike, and recycling arts parts and information, a dog-kissing booth, a barbershop corner, and opportunities to engage with the local business that made this unique space possible. Come enjoy the games while watching the game.
Rock with the 5-time Tony Award-nominated musical Rock of Ages at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater, April 22nd through May 14th. When a development company plans to turn the Sunset Strip into another strip mall, it's up to a group of wannabe rockers to save the day and the music. With music from Styx, Bon Jovi, Poison, and more, Rock of Ages features all your favorite 80s rock anthems and power ballads. How can you resist? Call 717-898-1900 or visit DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
1-1, we head into the home half of the third inning in Game 2. Long Island with 1 victory in tow today. 9-5 was the final in Game 1. Take a look at the Major League scoreboard once we get the page refreshed. White Sox held on to defeat Boston 3-2. That was a single game at Fenway with the early start today. Dallas Keuchel with the win. Phillies defeated the Mets 3-2 in Game 1. They beat Max Scherzer. Mets lead the second game 2-1, bottom 3. Kansas City over Baltimore 6-4 in the opener. And the second game not yet started. The motion, the first pitch from Cameron Gann to Devin Marrero is a fastball low, 1-0. Yankees beat Texas 2-1 in Game 1. Second game just getting started in the Bronx. And low again, ball 2 and no strikes. Atlanta slammed Milwaukee today, 9-2. Cincinnati with another win, 7-3 over Pittsburgh. They split a pair yesterday. Gann finds the range and a called strike. It is 2-1. Cleveland won better than Toronto today. 4-3 was the final. Houston shut out Detroit 5-0. Breaking ball, cut on and fouled back. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Minnesota leads Oakland 4-3 in the top half of the 9th inning. That would be in the hands of the closer. San Francisco 3-2 over San Francisco through 4. Washington leading the Angels 1-0 in the bottom of the 4th inning. Arizona up 3-0 over Colorado. They're in the 5th inning of play. Tampa Bay, Seattle, no score in the 5th. Miami 1-0 over at San Diego in the 4th inning. 3.5 have been logged. Dodgers and the Cubs, Sunday Night Baseball. We hope to be done by then. Ball 3 is low. Devin Marrero batting at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Gann issued a leadoff walk last inning, and it cost him a run. Same in the top half of the 3rd. Peroni getting a leadoff walk, and he scored. Breaking ball, and that just misses. Ball 4, leadoff man is on here in the 3rd. It was a 10-pitch walk last inning. That never leads to good things when you're the team in the field. Now here is Frias, who had a 10-pitch walk in game 1, and they loaded the bases after that but didn't score. 1-1, but the leadoff man is on for the Ducks here in the 3rd inning. Frias stands in. He popped up first time he came to the plate in this game. He's 1 out of 4 with a couple of walks in the doubleheader, but a very key game-tying 2-run single in game 1. Ball is low, and it's 1-0 here to Frias. A man who has that delightful sense of humor. It's quirky, to say the least, and sometimes just unexpected, out of the blue. He'll make some off-the-wall comment that's just hilarious. Fly ball, right center field. Over for the play is Lean. He's got the catch. 1 out, 1 on. And I can't repeat the stories because, well, they were a little uncouth, but Frias just one day just sitting in the locker room, wasn't involved in the discussion I was having with a couple of his teammates, and just out of the blue, this off-the-cuff remark. You didn't even know he was in the room. And all 3 of us doubled over. 1 out, 1 on. Johnny Turbo, the batter. Gann to the set. Breaking ball is up and in. Ball 1 and no strikes. Rusney Castillo, the center fielder, who has not been retired at any point in this doubleheader, waits on deck. Dugan holding Marrero aboard. He's there with 1 out, a ball and no strikes to Turbo. Runner takes off the pitch, grounded toward the middle, and right there is Lair. And for the 2nd time today, we've seen a hit and run result in a double play as the ground ball is right to the moving infielder. Trace Lair steps on second, throws to first, and that cancels out the Ducks. Here in the 3rd, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We are through 3 in the nightcap. The Barnstormers and the Long Island Ducks remain tied at 1.
Celebrate the history of our national pastime at the National Baseball Hall of Fame and Museum in Cooperstown. See priceless treasures that will bring your baseball memories to life. Connect with events that have shaped and changed the game and our country. Our stories to tell, your memories to share. Plan your family visit today at baseballhall.org. See you in Cooperstown, where the journey becomes legend.
They say to truly understand someone, you must walk a mile in their shoes. Well, at Lexus, we designed the ES with you in mind every step of the way. From class-leading legroom in the back to positioning the touchscreen 4 inches closer to you in the front. everything in the Lexus ES a direct reflection of you. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
2022 ES versus 2021-2022 competitors. Information from manufacturers' websites as of 5/3/2021.
For the youth of our area, the Barnstormers are offering a wide variety of camps throughout the summer to teach everyone some tips on baseball and softball. Camps are offered to kids as young as 4 and as old as 12. Some even involve the parents. They run from June 11th all the way through September 17. For more information, go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and click on the Youth Baseball tab. All presented by Orthopedic Associates of Lancaster and Play It Again Sports.
Kelly Dugan will lead off the fourth of the Barnstormers here in the second game. Lancaster with 1 run, 1 hit, no errors and 2 left. And for Long Island, a run on 2 hits with no errors and 1 left. Dugan struck out against Akil Morris back in the second, and he got badly fooled by the right-hander there. First pitch this time around, a swing and a miss. It is no balls and a strike. Dugan coming off a pretty healthy game 1 of this doubleheader, though he did strike out looking in the 7th. Morris is wide of the plate, and the count evens up at 1 each. Cameron Gann against Akil Morris in the nightcap. A ball and a strike to Dugan. He looks to fastball too close, and the count swings into Kelly's favor at 2-1. The outfield again shallow for the Ducks. Smash and a base hit into right field. So Dugan is aboard to start off the 4th inning. The Barnstormers with their second hit off the right-hander Morris, and Kelly now just continues to tear the cover off the ball. It's amazing through all of this he hasn't put together any kind of long hitting streak. He's batted safely in 7 of 8, 9 of 11, but it's been a pretty steady stream of base hits and, when given the opportunity, home runs. Those are not in the offing today. Dugan got close, his double off the wall in left field back in the first game. Here is Zagunis getting a fastball from Morris inside. It is ball 1. Anderson Felice waits on deck. Lancaster with an opportunity anyhow to claim the lead here in the top of the 4th inning. Dugan is on. Zagunis bats 1-0 and a mark. Off-speed pitch across for a strike. He went to pull the trigger, laid off, and that was probably a wise thing. Mark had the longest hitting streak on the club coming in at 4, but he was hitless in the first game. He did draw a walk, looking for his first base hit of the doubleheader, and that would have been it had it been fair. Instead, he almost wiped out Ross Peoples. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Mark Zagunis. The Barnstormers, when they're away from home, if it can go wrong, it does at the worst possible moment. It has been Murphy's Law for 10 consecutive games. Jake Hoover made a couple of good plays early, and then on a routine double play ball, muffs it in the 6th inning. Zagunis won't reach for that. Ball 2 is outside. We've seen balls go just foul when the Barnstormers badly needed an RBI or 2. They could have put away the game on Thursday if Mercedes' ball had stayed fair down the right field line. I couldn't quite see it, but I figured this was the case, and he said it just missed. It curled at the last minute. Fouled back into the screen. Zagunis batting at 2-2. It would have been 7-4 going into the bottom of the 10th inning at the minimum had Melvin's ball stayed fair down the right field line. Instead, it went foul. Barnstormers only scored 1. Here's a 2-2 offering outside. Zagunis with a full count, 3-2. Felice waiting on deck. Earlier in that game, Colton Shaver batting with the bases loaded. Hooked the ball foul by a foot or 2 into the left field corner. 3-2 continuing on Zagunis. And the pitch, ball 4 is outside, and that's 1st and 2nd. My point is this: the Barnstormers have lost 10 in a row. I'm not saying that they deserve to be 10-0. They don't in those games. They have not played well. But they also have not gotten too many breaks. They, I think, got one here with the hit-and-run double play in the bottom half of the 3rd inning, and now they're looking to jump on the opportunity. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. Felice, the batter, Anderson walked his first time up. He squares and takes ball one down toward the back foot. 1 ball, no strikes to Felice, who started game 2 batting at .239 with 3 doubles and 6 runs driven in. Dugan off second, Zagunis off first, and Felice a swinging bunt, but it's chopped foul and will roll right into the left hand of manager Ross Peoples. 1 ball, 1 strike. The count to Felice. Connor Lean, the center fielder, waits on deck. The Barnstormers have the opportunity here in the 4th inning. They need to pounce. 1-1, the count to Felice. Here's the set, the pitch. Anderson fooled off speed, and now it is 1-2. Morris has walked 3. He has struck out 3. He's allowed a pair of hits, the run unearned because of a pass ball last inning. Here's the 1-2. Felice lets it go by. It is wide of the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes here. Lancaster with the chance. First and second, nobody out in the 4th inning. A single by Dugan, a walk to Zagunis. Long Island has the infield set up, double play depth. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and to Felice. He swings and misses. Morris pulling the string again, and he has struck out his 4th. Connor Lean will come to the plate. Connor fouled out back in the 2nd inning. You know, I was talking about Lean during his first at bat, and he fouled out before we could really get into the numbers here. But we're discussing how he, earlier in his career, hit for pretty decent averages when he was down around the single A level in the Atlanta system. There's a pop-up foul and out of play. And I think just watching him here, the idea of launch angle got into his head. He clearly uppercuts. He's down a strike 0-1. Now, when he was in the South Atlantic League in 14, he hit .275 for Rome, Georgia, with 5 home runs. The next year at High A, Carolina, as he takes a breaking ball for a second strike. It's 0-2. Lean batted .285, 22 doubles, 5 triples, 9 home runs, stole 34 bases. And then his average just spun downward. Once he got to Double A, he started hitting more home runs. Low, into the dirt, in fact, and it's ball 1, 2 strikes to Lean. First and second with 1 out for the Barnstormers here in the top half of the 4th inning. In 2016, he hit .233. 2017, 187. 2018, 198. The home runs did pick up. 2019, 211 with 11 homers. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball pulled to third. This could be 2. Out at third base. The throw across the diamond is in time to double up Lean. Wilansky making the play. And the Barnstormers let the Long Island Ducks off the hook here in this 4th inning. No runs, a hit, no errors, and just 1 man left on base. 4th double play turned by Long Island in this doubleheader. And we'll go to the bottom of the 4th, tied at 1.
This season offers a whole line of new items from Otto's Hospitality. Dig into the world-famous Nathan's Hot Dogs. Take a trip to Otto's Cantina for a walking taco or your favorite adult beverage. Enjoy a helmet of Otto's meatballs or a sausage with peppers from the Broken Bat deck. For the sweet tooth, there are jumbo chocolate chip cookies, Skyline cotton candy, and ice cream novelties. Or simply snack on Emma's popcorn in a variety of exciting flavors. What a great way to savor your time at the ballpark, courtesy of Otto's.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
one as we go to the lower half of the 4th inning. And Rusney Castillo will be leading it off. He's 3 for 3 with 2 walks. He has not made it out in this doubleheader. Singled his first time up against Gann here in the nightcap. Cameron Gann has allowed 2 hits and 2 walks over 3 innings. He has no strikeouts, just the 1 run on the board. Lancaster let a golden opportunity go by in the top half of this inning. In fact, the Barnstormers are 0 for 5 with runners in scoring position here in Game 2, getting a run across only on a 2-out pass ball that enabled Peroni to score. Here is Castillo leading off in this 4th inning. Remember, the Barnstormers have a pretty healthy bench in this second game. You've got Shaver available. You've got Mercedes. You've got Clark. Those are the 3 guys not in. They were the top 3 in the batting order in the first game. And they all had respectable games there. Gann's pitch, cut on and missed by Castillo. It is 0-1. Cameron Gann has been a very solid starter for the Barnstormers. He was until he got hurt last year. Tried to come back against High Point, win an inning, and that was it. Gave up a run and lost. That was his one defeat in a Barnstormers uniform last season. Made 4 starts, 4 relief appearances. A ball and a strike here to Castillo. Gann will deliver a breaking ball. That is slapped into the first base seats, 1-2. You will hardly ever see this ballpark emptier. It's like the crowd for one of our exhibition games. But it's so chilly, so windy, and generally uncomfortable out there today. 1-2, breaks low, blocked by Peroni. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Castillo, starting off the home half of the 4th inning. Just downright raw, biting cold. All weekend, up and down the eastern seaboard. And into West Virginia, Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, they had the rains at least. Ground ball headed toward the middle, and the Barnstormers still will not get Castillo. A ground single up the middle for the second time in this one. Leadoff man is on for the Ducks in the bottom of the 4th inning. Debinson Romero, the designated hitter, will come to the plate. Romero fouled out to Kelly Dugan back in the 1st inning. Gann has allowed the leadoff man to reach 3 straight innings. The Barnstormers have had their first man on each of the last 2. Now here is Romero. Started this game batting .277. Officially is 0 for 3 in the doubleheader. First pitch strike. It is 0-1. He drove in the Ducks' first run in the comeback with a bases-loaded sacrifice fly. That was the second out in the bottom half of the 5th, and it looked like the Barnstormers had the chance to come out of there up 5-1, but it didn't materialize that way. Travis backed it up with the 2-run single. Romero now batting at 1-1, and then you had the cave-in the bottom of the 6th. 1 ball, 1 strike on Romero. Bee Gees had a minor hit. It was one of their first hits, in fact, way back into the 60s. New York mining disaster, 1941, and game 1 of this doubleheader kind of followed that. 1 ball and 2 strikes to Romero. A 6-run bottom of the 6th inning. The Ducks only had 2 hits in the entire inning, and the first one was a wind-blown pop-up. 1-2. Gann trying to get through Romero. Castillo leads off first. Breaks, doesn't go. Swing and a miss. Huge cut. Foul tipped, but strike 3 nonetheless. Gann chalks up his first strikeout today, and that is his 20th of the season now. Brings on Sam Travis. He walked and scored back in the 2nd. The strikeout leader coming into today was Deck McGuire of Gastonia with 22. Gann was tied with 2 others at 19. He can really rack them up, and he does so generally in a hurry. Swing and a miss. Peroni tried to act like the ball had gotten past him, but Castillo did not fall for the routine. He stayed at first. No balls and one strike. The count to the first baseman, Sam Travis. Again, 13-game hitting streak for him with that 2-run base hit in the 5th inning in Game 1. Here he just has a walk. Castillo inches off first. The pitch is driven toward left center field. Hustling over is Lean. He will be there for the catch. He's got good wheels. 2 outs, and Daniel Fields will come to the plate. Yeah, we talked about Lean and the batting averages, but he's got terrific speed for somebody who's 6'3" and 225 pounds. A lot of stolen bases in his career. And you watch him on the bases and in the field, you know, it's not a fluke. He can move. So, I think somebody that he's got so many tools. He's got the power. We've seen it already. He's got the speed. Seems to be a pretty good outfielder. It's just a question of contact. Partial swing, he did not go, says the appeal to the third base umpire, Carmona. Fields batting at 1-0. Tie ball game in the 4th inning. Lean playing straight away here against Fields. The wind has settled down substantially from earlier today, but it's still blowing in. Runner takes off early, a called strike. The throw by Peroni has no chance to get Castillo. That moves the lead run into scoring position here in the bottom half of the 4th inning. He got a tremendous start off of Gann. Castillo's second stolen base. The count on Fields is a ball and a strike. We mentioned that Long Island is a little bit thinner than normal from the left side of the plate. Fields batting left-handed in Game 2. We saw Dustin Woodcock in Game 1. Here's the pitch. That is nicked foul for a 1-ball, 2-strike count. Joe DiCarlo, the catcher, waits on deck. Lancaster will have the day off tomorrow, as is customary around minor league baseball. Now, all affiliated teams are off Monday every week, except for the major holidays. And the same true of the Atlantic League. Could fill in a game, I suppose, if necessary on a Monday to complete the schedule. 1-ball, 2 strikes here. Gann to the set, and it is inside on the fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now, Lancaster will be off tomorrow at home, and then the Ducks will be in for a 6:30 start Tuesday night. 2-2. It'll be Dom DeSabatino on the hill for the Barnstormers. Ball 3 is in the dirt. Holding up the hand is Fields, making sure that Castillo doesn't think about going to third, as Peroni had that pretty well blocked. And the Barnstormers will be facing a right-hander in the Tuesday night contest. That will be Scott Harkin, who did very well for the Ducks a year ago. 3-2 to Fields, a walk better than a base hit right now, and a strikeout even better than that. Down goes Fields. Gann whiffs 2 in the inning. No runs a hit, no errors, 1 left. And at the end of 4, the Barnstormers and the Ducks remain in the 1-1 tie.
Rock with the 5-time Tony Award-nominated musical Rock of Ages at Dutch Apple Dinner Theater, April 22nd through May 14th. When a development company plans to turn the Sunset Strip into another strip mall, it's up to a group of wannabe rockers to save the day and the music. With music from Styx, Bon Jovi, Poison, and more, Rock of Ages features all your favorite 80s rock anthems and power ballads. How can you resist? Call 717-898-1900 or visit DutchApple.com to reserve your tickets today.
Being over 55 does not mean a ticket, it means 10 with the Silver Stormers Club, presented by the Lancaster Barnstormers and Audiology Associates of Lancaster. Anyone 55 and over can enjoy baseball action at every Tuesday home game for only $50 on the season. That is nearly a 70% savings. Members also receive a special Silver Stormers t-shirt to wear proudly at the stadium. For more information or to sign up, Go to LancasterBarnstormers.com and look in the season tickets section.
Peroni, Hoover, and Torrance, the Barnstormers hitters, up in the 5th inning against Akil Morris. 1-1 the contest. Once again, happy Mother's Day to all of you. And, of course, that goes beyond just biological moms to those who have adopted children along the way. They're on the same plane. A happy Mother's Day to all. Here is Peroni. He walked and scored back in the 3rd inning. It's reminiscent of the spring training games where it seemed like Peroni was either walked or hit by a pitch just about every time up. But since the regular season started, that just is 3rd base on balls. Anthony Peroni, the batter, against Akil Morris, and that's ball 1. Didn't look far off from here. Ball 1-0, the count to Peroni. Here's the wind, the next pitch, and Anthony wraps that to short, dug up by Marrero to his left. He'll lob it over, and Peroni is retired 6-3. Smooth play by the shortstop. Back in game 1, we saw Marrero make an incredible diving stop into the hole against Andretti Cordero. Couldn't complete the throw to first base. It was offline and late. But an amazing stop, one of those that could have prevented a run from scoring had a man been at second instead of at third, which was the case at the time. Here's Hoover, 1-for-1 in this game. Ground ball left side, and there is Marrero in the hole. He will hang the throw, and that also will not be in time. But again, a great stop by the former major leaguer. Hoover aboard on the infield single. I think he had that beaten even if Travis had made the dig out of the dirt. And now for the Barnstormers, it's Devon Torrance, who has struck out twice. Well, the Barnstormers, once they get back from Lexington and playing the Genomes on the 22nd, they'll be off on the 23rd. Then a 7-game homestand with Gastonia in for the only time this year. And then York once more will commence. Fastball for a strike in on Torrance. It's 0-1. So get that. The Barnstormers, this is how quirky the schedule is this year. 3 of the first 5 series at home are against the York Revolution. 10 total games. Torrance with a fly ball the other way. Cruising back is Fields. Now he turns and comes in a step or two for the catch. Hoover bluffs off first. He's not coming. 2 outs in the inning, and it's all left up to Trace Lair. Lair has popped up both trips here in game 2. Still looking for his first hit of the doubleheader. 1-1 our score here. The Barnstormers now with 3 hits off of Morris. Hoover with 2 of them. Lair trying to pick up his first hit of the doubleheader. The frustrating part about this road trip and why I've been just banging my head against a wall, or only in the figurative sense. 1 ball and no strikes. Here's the offering. It is inside. Runner has taken off. The throw down hops up, and Hoover has his first stolen base of the year. Trace Lair with an advantage, 2 balls and no strikes. June starts off with the Barnstormers home against Southern Maryland, Staten Island, Lexington, and the Genomes. The Barnstormers would not go on the road in the month of June until the 17th, and they go to 4 different spots. A crazy schedule. 2 weeks in at a time very often, and a couple weeks out in a row. Here's a 2-0 pitch. It is high, 3 balls and no strikes. And what's really strange about that is that the Barnstormers may not be the most centrally located team in the league. I guess that would be Southern Maryland, but still fairly central. 3-0, and Lair will stare at a strike to get the 3-1. Cordero waits on deck. Every team has these schedule quirks. York has a road trip this year where they go to Staten Island and then play both Lexington teams over the span of a week and then go back to Staten Island. So on consecutive Thursdays, as Lair takes ball 4 and Morris gives up his 4th base on balls, consecutive Thursdays, York has to go in between Staten Island and Lexington. And that's, I'd say, about an 11-hour trip, maybe 11 and a half. But they do get to spend a week in Lexington. I hope they don't have to move hotels in the middle of that. 2 outs, 2 on. Here's Cordero, who is grounded out and flying to left. He pops this up. Foul territory. Wolanski coming over. The wind will push it onto the dugout rooftop. Cordero thought for sure he had popped out there. He was dismayed and upset with himself at the swing. But the wind helped out. It is no balls and a strike on the Barnstormers' third baseman, who has 1 hit in the Twin Belt. What he started to say through all of this is the frustrating part about this is the Barnstormers have either equaled or been ahead of the opposition in base hits every single game on this trip. Partial swing, they'll ask for help, and Herring brings up the right fist, so it's 0-2 on Andretti. Hoover, the runner at second. Lair aboard at first. 2 outs, top half of the 5th inning. The hits were even at 8 in the first game of the doubleheader. Lancaster out-hit Southern Maryland all 3 games of that series and lost all 3. 0-2. Outside, good backhanded reach by DiCarlo for ball 1, 1-2. Hoover with a 1-out single, and Lair with the walk. That came with 2 outs here in this top of the 5th, 1-1. Here's the motion to Cordero, breaking ball, grounded foul, past third. And we continue at a ball and 2 strikes. Cordero, earlier in this game, sizzled one past third that Ross tried to sell as a fair ball. And the plate umpire, Massero, who had the call on the play, said no dice, immediately signaling a foul ball. Andretti alive at a ball and 2 strikes. 2 on, 2 out here in the 5th. Morris to the plate, and that is a high bounder to second. Frias will handle and flip it to first, ending the inning. Lancaster still can't come up with a base hit with a runner in scoring position. 0 for 6 now in game 2. No runs on 1 hit with no errors. 2 men left on base. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. The Barnstormers and the Ducks are even at 1.
Are you sick and tired of washers that don't use enough water or take 2 hours to clean and don't last more than a few years? Well, come into Gockenauer's in East Petersburg now and let us show you the Speed Queen commercial grade laundry. Built the old-fashioned way with warranties up to 7 full years. Gockenauer's will deliver and install your new Speed Queen, and we know you'll be fully satisfied with your purchase. Gockenauer's in East Petersburg, your hometown dealer for 73 years.
At Clipper Magazine Stadium, we have hot dogs and popcorn, peanuts, soda, and nachos. But what if, say, you are only 3 months old and mom wants to have a night out and watch the Barnstormers? Well, thanks to May Grant Obstetrics and Gynecology, the littlest of Stormer fans now have a place to go for dinner during the game. Tots can take mom to the Little Sluggers dugout behind Section 13 at the stadium for a comfortable private feeding experience. A brightly painted room with comfortable furniture and TVs tuned to the game, it is the perfect spot for baby and mom during a night at the ballpark.
Knockoffs, copycats, imitators. They all share one thing in common. They always pale in comparison next to the true original. Just like the stylish and versatile Lexus RX. The crossover that paved the way for others. And it's still the best for one simple reason. Nothing else is as good as the original. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Bottom of the 5th inning, and here is Joe DiCarlo leading off against Cameron Gann. The kick and the pitch slips across the inside corner. Strike 1. DiCarlo with a base hit into right field back in the 2nd. Helped to set up the Long Island run. deadlocked at 1 each here. Gann winds, brings home another breaking ball. That is knocked foul past first base, and quickly Cam's ahead at 0-2. Gann's walked 2. He has struck out 2. Allowed 3 hits, all singles. This game has been without an extra base hit, and this is the kind of day where you would expect that to be the case. The Ducks did not have an extra base hit at all in Game 1. The Barnstormers had 3 doubles. Here comes the 0-2. Gann is in the dirt, and it is saved by Peroni. Ball 1, and 2 strikes the count. The first game, that 6th inning, was unbelievable. Couple of errors. A wind-blown pop-up fell in. Swung on and missed. Peroni will lay the tag on DeCarlo. He's gone on strikes, and Gann is on a roll. We talk about Cam being explosive with strikeouts. He gets them in clusters. Last year, he struck out 11 in 5 innings in a start against West Virginia. He had 9 in 4 2/3 innings opening night at Gastonia. We talked about racking up 6 strikeouts in the first 3 innings in his start against York last weekend. Now he has 3 of the last 4 hitters. First pitch, fastball swung on and missed by Wolanski. It is 0-1. Barnstormers 1, Ducks 1, bottom of the 5th inning. Not much offense to speak of here in Game 2. Not just the score, but tough hitting conditions. Ball is low. 1-1 the count. That's why the first game, the 9-5 score, was a little bit shocking. And we saw some balls carry a bit. Dugan's double launched to left field. Down and away for ball 2, and 2 balls and a strike. The other doubles for the Barnstormers were hit into the right field corner. 1 for Clark, 1 for Felice. 2 balls, 1 strike here on Wolanski. Marrero's on deck. Gann will fire, and that's grounded on the right side. Speared by Dugan. He waves off Gann and takes it himself. Wolanski is out 3 unassisted with 2 gone. The batter will be the shortstop Marrero, who walked leading off the 3rd inning. 182 hitter at this point in time is Devin Marrero. But boy, what a joy that guy is to watch out in the field. Hoover is the master of the pop-up. This guy is the master of the play in the hole. The pitch from Gann, you heard the grunt, called strike. It is 0-1. With the crowd thinning out even more, it is audible. Into the dirt for a ball. It is 1-1. He really releases that last bit of energy with virtually every pitch. Maybe picking up an extra mile per hour or 2, but as I've said before, you can't just do it on fastballs. You have to do it on everything. 1 ball, 1 strike to Marrero. Fouled over the net and up top. 1 ball and 2 strikes here. Cameron Gann pitching very well for the 4th consecutive start. Just incredibly solid numbers here in his 4 starts in 22. The pitch down low on the breaking ball. Marrero batting at 2 balls and 2 strikes. I've got Cam for 68 pitches here in Game 2 without flipping computer screens. So figure it's within a couple of that. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Marrero. The motion and the pitch, he got him. A fastball swung on and missed. So the strikeouts keep right on coming for Cam Gann. 4 out of the last 6 batters, all 4 that he has chalked up in the ball game. We're through 5 in the nightcap. The Barnstormers and Long Island are still tied at 1.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com. Local Flavor. Localflavor.com. Local Flavor.
We advance to the 6th inning, and Joe Iorio, who was among the league's leading winners last year at 13-2 as a Long Island Ducks starter, comes on in relief for the top half of the 6th inning. Keel Morris goes 5, giving up 3 hits, all singles, 1 unearned run. He walked 4, and he struck out 4. The Barnstormers facing the second right-hander for Long Island here in Game 2 of the doubleheader. Iorio has made 5 relief appearances. He is 1-0 with a hold. He's given up 4 hits, 4 runs, just 1 earned in 7 2/3 innings with 3 walks and 6 strikeouts. My guess is you'll still see Gann come out for the bottom half of the 6th inning. You'll be seeing the top of the order, Frias, Turbo, and then Castillo. Now here is Kelly Dugan, 1 for 2 in the second game of the doubleheader, 3 out of 6 in the twin bill. The right-hander Iorio, 6-footer, 190 pounds, from Nokomis, Florida, but born in West Islip, so a native of this area. Missing high, ball 1, 1-0. He's never pitched in a major league organization, but he's done very well. 20-5 now, career record for the Ducks. To Dugan, swung on, and that's lashed foul off the fencing in front of the Ducks dugout. We get to 1 ball and 1 strike to Kelly. Loud single in the right field back in the 4th inning. Game 1, he flied to center, singled to drive in a run, doubled to drive in another before striking out looking. 1 ball and 1 strike. The wind by Iorio, the pitch, pulled to right center field, and Dugan has his 4th hit of the doubleheader. Into the alley in right center. It's taken by Castillo, and Dugan will hold on, satisfied with the single leading off here in the 6th inning. Joe Zagunis, Mark Zagunis, now the batter. Why did I say Joe? Mark Zagunis, 0 for 1 with a base on balls here in Game 2. Because I'm cold. I'll attribute it to that. Actually, it's not as bad as I thought that it was going to be in here today. I am surviving this. Zagunis will await the pitch, and it's a called strike 0-1. Though I do like to keep my hands in my pockets in between pitches and in between results. I wore 5 layers today. It's helping me get through this. No balls and 1 strike. Breaking ball, swing and a miss. And Zagunis trails 0-2. Dugan, the base runner, with nobody out in the top of the 6th as the Barnstormers try to break ahead. Zagunis, the batter. Anderson Felice is on deck. And then you would get to Connor Lean. 0-2. Taken down and away by Zagunis. Ball 1, 2 strikes. I think the Barnstormers still could use a quality left-handed batting outfielder. And it's the one thing that maybe could be added to this offense. 1-2 pitch. Zagunis, it's a high pop fly on the right side. It's right near the bag at first. In fact, into foul territory now is Frias. Out number 1, chalked up in this bottom half of the 6th inning. Anderson Felice will come to the plate. He has walked and he has struck out so far. I'm not sure Ross Peoples is going to ask for the bus to be cold on the way home from this trip. There might be a mutiny. I think everybody's going to be looking forward to a little bit of heat on that bus. Felice, good-looking swing. The foul ball straight back into the center of the net No balls, 1 strike to Anderson. Dugan, the runner at first, now with 1 out. Here in this 6th inning, the Barnstormers have chalked up 4 singles here in Game 2, 3 singles for Long Island. The 0-1 taken off the outside corner. Felice batting at a ball and a strike. The Ducks run scored on a force play grounder, and the Barnstormers got a run home on a pass ball. That is all we have seen here in Game 2 after the Ducks rallied to win the opener 9-5. 1-1, and a Felice high fly ball left center field. Again, it's not going to go all that far. It is pushing more toward left. Castillo, the center fielder, is still there for the catch. And out number 2, you cannot hit the ball in the air today and expect much of a result. 2 are down. The batter is Lean. He is fouled to first and grounded into a 5-3 double play that ended the Barnstormers' hopes in the 4th inning, an inning that started with a single and a walk. 2 outs following the leadoff base hit by Dugan. Defense lays back in the infield, stung foul past third, and 1 strike to Lean. There is a lot to like about Lean's abilities that we have seen so far. He has hit the ball well. He's had several extra base hits. Good outfielder, runs well. Swing and a miss. It's 0-2. But the career numbers just don't match up with what you're seeing. 2 strikes, the count to Lean. Dugan held over at first base by Sam Travis, his counterpart. Runner takes off. The 0-2 pitch is outside. Throw down to second base. Awkward tag attempt between the legs by Frias. He can't get Dugan. And Kelly is in with his first stolen base of the season. I'll leave it to Vladimir to entertain us at least briefly on any given afternoon. He took the throw a little bit toward the shortstop side and tried to get the tag in between his legs. Dugan in with the steal. The Barnstormers with their 2nd stolen base of Game 2. They had 1 in the opener. They're starting to pick up the pace there. 1 ball, 2 strikes, and Lean swats it foul to the right and out of play. Still 1-2. Top of the order, Frias, Turbo, Castillo scheduled in the bottom of the 6th. And again, I would expect that we will still see Cameron Gann out there. He's on a roll. His pitch count not that high. 1-2, and the offering is just below the knees. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Iorio kind of wanted that one. We've seen the Barnstormers not get those calls on some of the borderline pitches today. It really plagued Chase Johnson in the bottom half of the 6th in Game 1. 2-2. Go-ahead run at second base, carried by Dugan. Here's the motion. Iorio to the plate. Ball 3 is a fastball outside. Anthony Peroni, the Barnstormers catcher, in the on-deck circle. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. First base is open. Oh, Iorio has room to wiggle around the slugging Connor Lean. 3 balls, 2 strikes. The pitch is hit in the air to right center field. Gliding over is Castillo, covers a lot of real estate out there. He'll make the catch, and the Barnstormers go away in the top of the 6th following the leadoff single. 1 hit and 1 left. Bottom of the 6th coming up, still tied at 1.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
Top of the order scheduled in the lower half of the 6th inning for the Long Island Ducks. Cameron Gann, as I expected, still on the hill for the Barnstormers. He's pitched a very strong 5 innings so far in this one. 1-1 ball game. We'll take a look at the rest of the Atlantic League while we have the opportunity. Gastonia with the win in the opener 4-1 over Staten Island, and the Honey Hunters are up 1-0 at the end of 2 in game 2. High Point looking for the sweep of York, 5-1 in the opener, and in game 2, the Rockers lead 5-2. They're in the bottom half of the 3rd inning. Southern Maryland finishing off Wild Health 9-7, and Lexington leads Charleston 2-0 in the bottom half of the 5th inning in their single game at Appalachian Power Park. Barnstormers won't be going there for a while. We don't see much of the Dirty Birds at all in the early part of the season. As a matter of fact, I'm not sure Lancaster plays Charleston in the first half. We get them 12 games later on. And the Barnstormers will be done with Gastonia in another couple of weeks. Got the Honey Hunters coming in, the homestand after this one, and that will be it between the two ball clubs for this season. Vladimir Frias leads off the bottom half of the 6th in his 1-1 ball game. Cameron Gann has gotten him on a pop-up to 3rd and a fly ball to center. Frias shows bunt and then takes a strike on a breaking ball. It is 0-1. Gann gave up a leadoff single to Castillo back in the 4th, and he has polished off the Ducks ever since. 4 of the last 6 batters have struck out. Here is the 0-1. Frias will take a half swing, chop this toward the middle. Tough play. Hoover can't dig it up. And Frias is aboard on the somewhat Baltimore chop base hit, almost intentional. And it's plays like that that have been driving the Barnstormers just bonkers. A weird swing by Vladimir Frias, chopper over the mound. I don't think Hoover has a play, even if he scoops it up. And the go-ahead run is on with nobody out in the bottom half of the 6th inning. The batter is the right fielder, Johnny Turbo. He's 0 for 2 on this one. Grounded into a double play back in the 3rd inning. 2 out of 6 in the doubleheader. Andretti Cordero flashing some signals to Gann. The Barnstormers could afford a timeout here. They have not used one in this nightcap. Gann working in the bottom of the 6th inning. Turbo the batter. Cordero comes in for the possible bunt. Instead, a ground ball by him and down the line. This is going to advance Frias to 2nd. Felice on it in a hurry, so it's just a single for Turbo. Now runners are at 1st and 2nd with nobody out. If it is possible to guess wrong, the Barnstormers do it almost every play. They play for the bunt. Cordero is up, and Turbo slaps the ball past him and down the line. Andretti has a chance at a play there if he's back. Mark Johnson will pay a mound visit as the Barnstormers are on the ropes in the bottom of the 6th, the inning that has been absolutely toxic to Lancaster today. In game 1, 6 runs came across against the combination of Josh Graham and Chase Johnson. Only 1 earned run to the team out of those 6. The Barnstormers guilty of a couple of errors. There was also a windblown fly ball, and then Johnson kept getting to a 3-2 and either walking hitters or having one reach on a 3rd strike wild pitch. He walked 3, struck out 3 before it was all over, but it was 5-5 when he came in. Bases loaded and 1 out. He faced 6 batters and 4 runs came across. 1st and 2nd, nobody out. And the offering from Gann to the center fielder, Rusney Castillo, is high for a ball. Castillo 4 for 4 with 2 walks in the doubleheader. He started game 2 batting .300. Started game 1 batting .271. He's fattened that today. The breaking ball spins low, and Gann trails 2 balls and no strikes. At half swing, chopping base hit by Frias, getting the Long Island Ducks underway. They've got good speed on the bases. 2 on, nobody out. 2-0, the count on Castillo. Debinson Romero, the designated hitter, waits on deck. That's grounded to second and could be 2. Out at second, Hoover back to first in the double play. Started by Lair. 4-6-3. Gann able to pick up 2 outs, leaving Frias at third, and Debinson Romero coming to the plate. Oh, a great comeback for Cameron Gann there, but he still has to get through Romero. The designated hitter for the Ducks here in Game 2 has fouled to first, and he has gone down swinging. Gann has allowed 5 singles. The Barnstormers have been out-hit, now 5-4 in the nightcap. Only Dugan and Hoover have hits for Lancaster, 2 each. To Romero, it is inside and ball 1, 1-0. Sam Travis, the first baseman, in the on-deck circle for Long Island. The plan for Gann is to get Romero here. 1-0 pitch. Spins outside and low. However, he trails 2 balls and no strikes. Peroni, Hoover, and Torrance scheduled for the Barnstormers in the top of the 7th. Ross has plenty of options with his top 3 hitters from Game 1 all on the bench here in Game 2. Mercedes, Clark, and Shaver. Pinch hitters, pinch runners are available. Fouled away, and it's 2-1. And it could play differently, whether it's 1-1 or 2-1 going into that top half of the 7th inning. See, Barnstormers center fielder Connor Lean, extraordinarily shallow out there today. The ball is not carrying. 2 balls, 1 strike to Debinson Romero. The pitch. Fastball below the knees, 3-1. Barnstormers will be back here toward the end of June after that extended stay at home. And we'll have a doubleheader upon our return to make up the game from last night. This is the makeup from Friday. 3-1. Romero, ground ball to third, underneath the glove of Cordero, and that will bring in the go-ahead run. Heading towards second is Romero. He will gallop in with a double, and Long Island has broken ahead in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Frias has scored on that half-swing base hit, setting the stage, and it's just the way it is going for the Lancaster Barnstormers. 2-1. I believe that's going down as a double. Ross is coming out, and he's going to make the change. Can you believe this? Game in and game out, something disastrous happens. That is a double for Debinson Romero down the left field line, bringing in Frias. And Long Island has the 2-1 lead. The Barnstormers will make the pitching change. That was the first extra base hit of the doubleheader for the Long Island Ducks. It comes at the perfect time for them. Cameron Gann upset and giving it to the plate umpire Rob Massero as he leaves. The Barnstormers go to the pen, and we'll go back to our mythical studios.
Hi everyone, Adam Gochenauer from Gochenauer Appliances, and I'm excited to tell you about a new addition to the Gochenauers family this summer season. We are now selling Titus Gas Grills. Titus Gas Grills gives you a high quality, all stainless steel grill at an affordable price, and the best thing is you can assemble it yourself in just 5 minutes. That's right, 5 minutes. Stop by to see this great grill now and mention this ad to receive a free gas grill cover with your Titus grill purchase. Gochenauers in East Petersburg.
Pennsylvanians are creating their own soundtrack. Thanks to PA Lottery Scratch-Offs, excitement's back. Pennies, nickels, dimes, or quarters, no matter your choice, scratching's always in order. With big top prizes and second chance drawings, thrills await. They're out there calling. If it's excitement you seek and you're looking for action, play the PA Lottery. And keep on scratching. Must be 18 or older. Please play responsibly. Benefits older Pennsylvanians every day.
Gann comes out after 5 2/3 innings today. He had a terrific game through the first 5, 3 hits and a run. Coming up to bite him here in the bottom of the 6th. And now 6'3" right-hander Tyler Sullentrop from Plantation, Florida, has come on to face Sam Travis, with Debinson Romero carrying an insurance run at second and 2 outs. Now the Barnstormers have to recover in the top half of the 7th inning, or it will be the 11th consecutive loss away from Clipper Magazine Stadium. The last 6 on the opening road trip, and it would be all 5 on this swing. The Barnstormers have been in every single game here this week. There has not been a blowout. It's just been a series of, I guess, Lemony Snicket's unfortunate events this entire swing. 2 outs. Here is Travis. Sullentrop is low. It is ball 1 and no strikes. Sam Travis has walked and flied to center. This is the 6th appearance for Sullentrop, who is 2-0 with a 2.57 ERA, 4 hits, 2 runs in 7 innings. He's walked 6, and he has struck out 7. 1 ball and nothing on Travis, who has not extended his hitting streak to 14. Ball 2 is low, 2-0. The Barnstormers now, I almost think, have to use some guys off the bench in the 7th inning. We'll see how it goes. But you could see potentially pinch hitters for all 3. 2 balls and no strikes to Travis. Romero, the runner at second. He is there with 2 outs. Here comes Sullentrop's 2-0. That's a strike at the knees, and we get to 2-1. Daniel Fields, the left-handed batting left fielder, waits on deck. 6 runs in the bottom of the 6th to turn around game 1. And now a tie-breaking run in the bottom half of the 6th inning for Long Island in this nightcap. Sullentrop goes to work. 2 balls, 1 strike, and the pitch knocked foul to the right and out of play. He's even with Travis at 2 balls and 2 strikes. You know, at this point, Iorio would pick up the win. It would be his second. Gann would fall to 1-1, but the Barnstormers definitely within striking distance here in game 2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. The count to Sam Travis. And probably will not see Tyler Webb come back for a second game in this doubleheader. Swung on and missed. Sullentrop fans Travis to get the Barnstormers through the bottom of the 6th. 1 run, though, on 3 hits with no errors. 1 man left on base, but the run is crucial. We'll go to the top half of the 7th inning. The Barnstormers are down 2-1.
It's no longer about answering the most emails or pulling the most all-nighters. It's about prioritizing what's most important.
Hey, Lexus, give me directions to Eagles Peak Hiking Trail. Calculating route.
That's why the Lexus NX has an interface engineered to understand you and an available 14-inch touchscreen that's simpler and more intuitive. The Lexus NX. See Bobby Rahal Lexus in Mechanicsburg or Lancaster County.
Availability and accuracy of navigation system depends on many factors. Data charges may apply.
There is a weekend in July where the baseball world revolves around a village in upstate New York. Baseball Hall of Fame induction weekend in Cooperstown is an unforgettable experience full of family-friendly activities and priceless moments. Make your plans today for July 22nd through 25th for the induction of Bud Fowler, Gil Hodges, Jim Cott, Minnie Minoso, Tony Oliva, Buck O'Neill, and David Ortiz as the class of 2022. Visit baseballhall.org today for the
top half of the 7th inning, and now the Barnstormers will face the right-handed member of the closing tandem. This is Sandy Baez, who has 1 save and a couple of holds for Long Island already. Basically, he's the backup closer, you would have to think. 4 1/3 innings, he has given up 2 hits without a run, walking 4, and striking out 6. Peroni, Hoover, and Torrance are the scheduled hitters, and it will, in fact, be Anthony Peroni leading off. Here in the 7th inning, he has walked and grounded a short. He has a run scored. Baez has pitched for Mark Johnson in the past at Erie. He got as far as the major leagues. He did get to Detroit a couple of different times, but very short stays in both occasions. Predominantly, he was a Double-A pitcher in the Detroit system. So hopefully Johnson has been able to tell his ball club what to expect here. Anthony Peroni leading off this 7th inning for the Barnstormers. He has walked and scored. He has grounded to short, 0 for 1 here in Game 2. And the Barnstormers have Melvin Mercedes into the on-deck circle. I knew that Ross would have to use his bench here in this top of the 7th inning. Lancaster trailing by 1. To Peroni, the fastball is high. It is 1-0. From Sandy Baez, Peroni played to pull. There's a tremendous amount of room toward the alley in right center field here. The ball 1 pitch, Peroni with a swing going for the fences in left. He fouls it back 1-1. Peroni's only home run as a Barnstormer was hit to tie a game on the road. It was at Southern Maryland early last season. The second game of a doubleheader, and the first run the Barnstormers had scored that entire night. Here is the 1-1 pitch, ground ball to third. This is handled by Wilansky. The throw is low. Travis able to make the play on the back end. 5-3, 1 gone. And now Melvin Mercedes will bat for Jake Hoover, who had been 2 for 2 in this second game. And for Jake, 3 hits and 5 at-bats in the doubleheader. But Mercedes has that ability to be a pest and draw walks. He picked up a couple of walks in Game 1, his on-base streak at 10 games. And Mercedes batting, Colton Shaver is the on-deck hitter. And that would leave the Barnstormers with just Clark on the bench. Called strike. It is 0-1. Trace Lair would bat 4th in this inning if the Barnstormers get there. 1 out, nobody on. 1 strike, the count to the pinch hitter, Mercedes. Melvin not starting for the first time this year. He was in every inning of the Barnstormers' first 14 games. No balls and a strike. He shows bunt, takes a pitch in off the plate. 1-1. The Mercedes on-base percentage is all right. The batting average lagging a little bit behind. He has 12 walks and only 11 hits on the year, batting .208. A ball and a strike from Baez. Mercedes swings through that, and now we get the count to 1-2. Lancaster trying to avoid another loss and coming home empty-handed from this road trip. They're down to 2 outs here, 1-2, and the Mercedes, the offering is just low, and a 2-2 count. Gann went 5 2/3, gave up 6 hits and 2 runs. Walked 2, struck out 4. Not a bad outing, but he is on the hook. Sullentrop comes in, gets the strikeout. Now Mercedes goes down swinging, and the Barnstormers are down to their last hope in this doubleheader. Colton Shaver will bat for Devon Torrance with 2 outs, nobody on in this 7th inning. And the hope here is that Shaver can fully connect against Sandy Baez. There is a chance for somebody like Shaver to hit the ball out to left field here today. So I think he's got to go for it. Baez to the plate. Shaver gets a breaking ball well upstairs. It's 1-0. Trace Lair, the second baseman, waiting on deck. The Barnstormers have been out hit 6-4 here in Game 2. First time on this road trip. They trail in the hit column. Ball 2 is high, 2-0. That's how frustrating this has been. And now, unless Shaver does something, the Barnstormers will have lost 11 straight outside of Clipper Magazine Stadium, winning all 3 at home last weekend. Strike at the knees, and to Colton, it's 2-1. Well, if the Barnstormers were to tie the game right now, Shaver would probably take a spot in the infield. The pitch, rifled to third, line drive, dropped for a second by Wilansky. but he'll get up and fire to first. The Barnstormers have been swept here at Long Island as they go down 1-2-3 in the top half of the seventh inning. Just nothing going right for this Lancaster ball club. We'll be back to wrap up the doubleheader momentarily. Game one, Long Island rallies for the 9-5 win, and in a narrow one, the
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
Excuse me, are you saying localflavor.com?
Oh, yeah, it's where I save big bucks on all kinds of things. Home improvement projects, dining out, family fun, electronics, jewelry, clothing. I even bought my wife a fancy spa package for half price.
Half price?
Yep, you know all the deals you find in Clipper Magazine.
I love Clipper Magazine.
Well, they're all on localflavor.com too. And you can get them right on your phone thanks to localflavor.com's mobile app. Here, take a look.
Well, this app is amazing. Look at all these restaurants, amusement parks, car washes, fitness centers. This is worth sharing about.
Exactly. Localflavor.com online, the Local Flavor mobile app, and Clipper Magazine together. It's like a triple play.
Do the cheer again. I'm in.
Localflavor.com, local flavor. Come on, everybody! Localflavor.com, local flavor. Localflavor.com, local flavor.
After back-to-back rainouts here on Long Island, the Barnstormers come out today, and they're in both games. Going into the bottom of the sixth, they led in game one. They were tied in game two, and Long Island able to strike both ends of the doubleheader, the six-run sixth inning in game one, and then simply the lone tally in the bottom of the sixth to snap the tie in game two. The Barnstormers now have lost 11 consecutive games away from home. 9 runs, 8 hits, no errors, 10 left for Long Island in game one. The Barnstormers 5 runs, 8 hits, 2 errors, and 6 left on base. The win to Cody Beckman, and the loss to Josh Graham. No save and no home runs. And then in the nightcap for the Ducks, 2 runs on 6 hits, no errors, only 3 left on base. The Barnstormers with 1 run, 4 hits, no errors, 6 stranded. Joe Iorio getting the win in relief to go to 2-0. Cameron Gann, tough luck loser. He falls to 1-1. The save to Sandy Baez, his second. And again, no home run. 1 hour, 49 minutes, the time of our second game of this doubleheader. 3,029, the listed attendance here for this Mother's Day afternoon. You can count folks that bought tickets and did not show up, and I'm sure the weather chased a lot of people away here this Sunday and the weekend as a whole. Barnstormers drop both 9-5 and 2-1. Lancaster had jumped ahead 5-0 in game one. Colton Shaver with an RBI single in the first inning. A wild pitch with the bases loaded made it 2-0 in the third. Kelly Dugan followed that with the first of his 4 hits in the doubleheader. That made it 3-0. Dugan matched a Ladarius Clark double with one of his own in the top of the fifth. And then Kelly would score on an infield base hit by Andretti Cordero. Lancaster had the 5-0 lead behind Niall Ball, who had gotten out of a couple of huge jams over the first 3 innings. In the bottom of the fifth, he struck out Frias to start it, and then the roof started to fall in. At least there were some leaks in the fifth inning. Johnny Turbo with a base hit to right. Rusney Castillo a base hit to left. L.J. Mazzilli hit by a pitch. That loaded the bases for the third time in the game. Devinson Romero flied out the left. The sacrifice fly. The Barnstormers left fielder Anderson Felice tried to double up Turbo at the plate. His throw was late. It allowed the other runners to move to second and third. And Sam Travis cashed in. The Barnstormers cannot get away with any kind of a mistake or a bad decision. Travis with the 2-run single. That made it 5-3 before Joe DiCarlo struck out looking to end the inning. The bottom half of the sixth in game one was just a series of mishaps, one after another after another. It started when Dustin Woodcock lifted a pop fly toward right center field. Mark Zagunis came in for it, never could get there. Sprinting out was Mercedes. I think he got a glove on it. Ladarius Clark streaked across from center field. Nobody could make the play. The leadoff man was on, and that just opened up a fire hose of misadventures in that sixth inning. The next batter, Devin Marrero, hit what could have been a tailor-made double play ground ball. It came up a little bit. Jake Hoover could not make a play on it. It went down as an error. Runners at first and second. Then a wild pitch with a 1-2 count on Vladimir Frias moved the runners to second and third. Frias tied the game with a 2-run single into right field. There was not another base hit in that inning. Frias went to second on a bobble in right field by Zagunis, took third on a ground out by Johnny Turbo. The Barnstormers intentionally walked Rusney Castillo, and then L.J. Mazzilli walked against Josh Graham. That would load the bases with one out. The Barnstormers went to Chase Johnson. Johnson struck out Davidson Romero for the second out. It looked like the tie would hold, but then Sam Travis walked, Joe DiCarlo walked, Dustin Woodcock went down swinging, but the third strike got past Colton Shaver as the 8th run scored, and then Devin Marrero also walked with the bases loaded to bring us to the final of 9-5. In the second game, Long Island scored first as Cam Gann walked Sam Travis leading off the second inning. 1 out later, Joe DiCarlo smacked the base hit into right field, sending Travis to third. He scored when Michael Wolanski bounced into a 4-6 force out. No time for the Barnstormers to turn two. Lancaster responded in the third inning. Anthony Peroni walked. Jake Hoover followed with a base hit into left. Peroni gambled and went to third, making it safely. Torrance struck out. Lair popped out, but with Andretti Cordero at the plate, DiCarlo, the catcher, charged with a pass ball. Peroni scampering home to score. It was 1-1. The Barnstormers got off to a fast start in the fourth inning. Runners at first and second with nobody out. A strikeout and a sharp double play ground ball took Lancaster out of that fourth inning. And again, it was the bottom of the sixth that proved lethal for the Barnstormers. Vladimir Frias with a half-swing chopper over the mound, got it underway, safe on the infield base hit. Johnny Turbo singled into left. There were runners at first and second with nobody out. Looked like Gann might get out of it. He retired Rusney Castillo on a double play grounder. 2 outs, man at third base. Davidson Romero got the double underneath the glove of Andretti Cordero for the 2-1 lead. The Barnstormers could not respond in the top half of the seventh. A doubleheader loss for the Lancaster Barnstormers here at Long Island on Mother's Day Sunday. Taking a look at the rest of the Atlantic League, Staten Island has taken a 2-1 lead over Gastonia in Game 2 of the doubleheader after the Honey Hunters won the opener 4-1. High Point 5-1 over York in Game 1. It's 5-3 in favor of the Rockers. They're now in the top half of the fifth inning in Game 2. Southern Maryland has defeated Wild Health 9-7. Lexington leading Charleston at the stretch 2-0 at Appalachian Power Park. On the Major League scoreboard today, the White Sox with the early start at Fenway winning 3-2. They must think it's Patriots Day again in Boston. The Mets and Phillies look like they're on their way to a split, but you never know. Phillies won the opener 3-2. The Mets lead in the top half of the 7-6-1. It would be nice for the Phillies to pay back from the other night. Kansas City 6-4 over the Baltimore Orioles. The final score in Game 1. The O's leads Game 2 3-1 in the bottom of the third. Yankees won 2-1 in the opener at home against the Texas Rangers, and the Yanks are up again 2-0 through 4.5 in Game 2. Atlanta 9-2 over Milwaukee, a final. Cincinnati bettered Pittsburgh 7-3. The Cleveland Indians slipped past the Cleveland Guardians, slipped past the Toronto Blue Jays 4-3. Houston blanked Detroit 5-0. Minnesota stayed one better than Oakland 4-3. San Francisco 4-3 over St. Louis in the top of the eighth. Washington leads the Angels 4-2 in the seventh inning. Arizona's up 4-0, bottom half of the eighth over Colorado. Tampa Bay 1-0 over Seattle, top nine. Miami 2-0 over San Diego in the top half of the eighth inning. Sunday night baseball is soon to be started. It is the Dodgers and the Cubs at Wrigley Field for the Sunday night national telecast. Barnstormers drop 2 here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. Now the scene shifts. Clipper Magazine Stadium will be the site of the next 3 between these two ball clubs. Barnstormers with Dominic DeSabatino on the hill against Scott Harkin on Tuesday evening. The weather's supposed to be wonderful, may get a little bit chilly later on, but the daytime temperatures slated to be in the low 70s with sunshine on Tuesday. So greet this ball club coming back home, and hopefully once again when this club is able to use their own clubhouse and stay in their own rooms, the fortunes will turn as the Barnstormers come off this very disappointing road trip, 0-5, when you're in every single game, as the Barnstormers were. They all seem to get away at the end. Well, that will do it for us again. Happy Mother's Day to everyone who fits that category in our listening audience. Will be coming your way at 6:25 from the home booth at Clipper Magazine Stadium on Tuesday evening. Until then, have a great day, everyone. And for Ryan Cortez, our video producer, and all the cast and crew at Clipper Magazine Stadium, as well as our presenting sponsor, Gockenauer Appliances of East Petersburg, I'm Dave Collins. Enjoy, everyone, and come Tuesday, we'll see you at the ballpark.